Alrighty tighty folks. We're back in the garage. In the garaginator. So this morning I've got to try to get some more data on the V-dub. Hopefully battery's not dead. Pretty sure I turned everything off. But it's been, a day. And batteries, they don't like to last long when you have a draw on them. So, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it in there. So as you can see there, again with this, every day, I've got the ECU out of the case, just kind of sitting here on the box where it normally resides. And I've got it connected and the TCM disconnected. Bam. So that we can try to determine what the heck is going on, because the code now makes sense with some of the data that I've gathered. The code was previously not making any sense because the code was claiming that the engine was revving. What in the world? Did I just hit another damn button? That was very strange. Anyway, the computer, the transmission computer, interestingly enough, it wasn't the engine computer complaining that the engine was revving too high. The transmission computer was complaining that the engine was revving too high. It was revving outside of the allowable bounds programmed into the computer. And what that looks like on the scanner is some code set that says maximum engine RPM exceeded, and in parentheses, warranty void. I don't know if those are Volkswagen's words or if those are Altel's words. Altel is, I believe, Chinese. Designed, built in China, yeah. Some of the wording and some of the translation in the program is not all that great. I don't know Altel, the company, where they're based. I don't know if it's a US company or an Asian company or a European company, or I have no idea. And I'm too lazy to go look it up anyway. But I don't know if those words are Altel's or if they're Volkswagen's. The Autel Maxidas, which is what that guy is, he's from like 2014 or 2012 or something. He does have OEM specific code sets in the library. And I could spend $900 and get a new license and update it to today on that thing, but it's old and it's not very good. I'd really rather not. I'd rather, if I were going to spend that money, I'd rather spend that money going and buying a whole new scanner. Preferably one that's faster. But what I need to do is I need to gather enough data that I can actually make the determination of what's going on. So what I found out, I went through the very poor Bentley book. Crap. We're wired up over here, and I forgot. There we go. I went through very poorly drawn schematics and the Bentley book, which is the book that the dealership would use to do this job. They were going to do it. And come to find out, I put the camera out. Oh my God, I'm losing my damn mind. I put the camera down and I need the camera. What I found out is the circuit that the transmission computer uses to get the RPM data is an output of the ECU. It's not actually tied straight off of the crank sensor like I thought it was previously. Pull that battery out, sorry. So previously I thought it was crank sensor, pack, ECU, transmission computer. That's not the case. The ECU actually tells the dash and the transmission computer what's going on. It gives it an RPM signal on a dedicated line. It's not like a CAN bus line. It's not a data line. Well, it's a data line, obviously, but it's a value, and I don't know if it's a digital line or if it's an analog line. I have no idea. The circuit board is built in such a way that it's quite difficult to figure out where stuff goes. We'll say that. We'll leave it at that. Half of it is I'm stupid, probably. The other half is just I'm lazy. And then a third half would be complicated. Don't worry about it. But here, right now, in just a second, I'm going to start the engine in the V-dub. Actually, I should move the stuff out of the driveway first. That's what I should do. But, so we'll start the V-dub. I'll connect to the instrument cluster. Well, connect to the instrument cluster, then start the engine. Which you can't do without the ECU, obviously. And I will see if the spikes, because what we've been seeing are spikes in the RPM signal. So you'll see, when you start it up, you'll see something like that. You'll see some big spikes, you'll see some small spikes. Some of the problem in collecting the data thus far has been that the Autel MaxiDOS is incredibly slow. It is, for data collection, it is obscenely slow. I think it has an update rate of 1 Hertz. Which is terrible. You can't see transients at 1 Hertz unless the things you're dealing with are 0.25 Hertz or less. It's wholly insufficient for collecting data in real world scenarios. So what I'm gonna do, the plan is we're going to check the cluster 3 or 4 times in a row every morning as it's chilly outside. We're going to see if we see spikes in the cluster, because that line is the same line the transmission computer gets. So if we see spikes without the transmission computer installed, then it's got to be the cluster or the engine computer causing those spikes, or the harness. There could be something in the harness. I doubt it's the harness. Most of the harness that I've seen thus far looks really clean. The pins are in good shape. Like it's in really good shape. It is old enough that we could start seeing harness problems for sure. I mean, you can get harness problems in anything at the end of the day. But generally, most harness problems come with age, and it's usually corrosion at pins at connectors. It's not generally in the middle of a harness without somebody else touching it or somebody else messing with something. On a 100% stock car, there's not generally problems in the middle of a harness somewhere. So what I need to figure out is if it's the transmission computer, if it's the cluster, if it's the engine computer. So we've got the transmission computer removed from the circuit. The transmission will still do a thing without it. It won't do it well, but it'll still shift, drive, and reverse because that's all mechanical. It's all hydraulic. It shifts really rough because the whole point of the transmission computer is to adjust shift points and control the rate of shift and et cetera, to make it a smooth ride. That's why you have this big processor FPGA thing on here, so that. Oh, interesting. Looks like they're using the same external memory IC as Honda. Not the same IC, but the same physical package. Interesting. Got some data latches. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. But we need to figure out exactly what's causing the spikes. Once we figure out what's causing the spikes, we can try to work into why. As yet, we don't know what, so we can't figure out why. And this kind of thing right here is the reason you'll see what? This kind of thing right here is why you'll see cars on Facebook for like $500 that say, "Oh, it doesn't, it doesn't do this or it does this," and we can't figure it out. Mechanic special kind of thing. And so you can get your hands on cars pretty cheap if you find stuff like this. Apologies, I'm sending the notification out to my small friend group. It's like 11 people. None of them even come to watch. I don't even know why I bother. I was going somewhere else with that, and then I got distracted. If during this checking I see spikes, if I see even one spike, any spike at all, in the instrument cluster, that means it's ECU cluster harness, not the transmission computer. Put the transmission computer to the side and work on the next thing. There exists an issue where it becomes, the more things you remove, the more difficult it becomes to determine what the actual problem is. Because you lose the ability to get the data out of the things that you're removing because they're removed. So I can't contact the transmission computer from the Autel, obviously, because it's here on the bench. It's not in the car. So if I tried to communicate with it, the Autel would say, "No, can't do that, sorry." And it just stopped because it's not there. Easy peasy. I'm not quite sure how the communication works. I believe the OBD2 port goes into a CAN bus hub, so a gateway, a router essentially. And when you send a data request for a specific piece of hardware in, the CAN bus is a parallel differential pair. It's a star topology. So you have the gateway hub. No, it's not a star topology. It's a, how do you call that? Bus, I guess. So you've got the gateway, and then you have wire that comes out, and it's on that wire is the transmission computer, and on that wire is the instrument cluster, and on that wire is the engine computer, and on that wire is the body control module, and etc., 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 all the way down whatever different subsystems you have. They're all on the same line. Those wires go and branch out. Same two high and low wires branch out to all the parts. There is a possibility, although looking at the schematic, I don't think this is the case on this one. You can get, depending on how many systems you have, you might end up overloading a CAN bus transceiver if you put too many on one line. I don't remember what the limit is. I want to say the limit's pretty high, so you don't need you don't need multiple hubs. But there's a possibility that some manufacturers have a gateway and then they have multiple transceivers inside the gateway, and then those have subsets of devices. The problem with doing that is the naming system on CAN bus. There's a specific structure and format for naming devices on a CAN bus, and I don't know if they're dynamically allocated, the addresses, or if they are. They can't be dynamically allocated. You would have to program the address into each device whenever you build it. So I highly doubt there's any method of dynamically addressing the endpoints. So anyway, it's a whole other thing. So what we need to do is we need to start the VDub, find out if there's any spikes, and then I need to move the van that I'm going to be working on today out of the driveway so I can pull the VDub out and back the van halfway into the garage so it's right beside the toolbox where the toolbox is currently sitting. I don't know if you can, yeah, you can see it right over there. Bam. Actually, you can see it in the Logitech right there. Bam. Oh, sorry. I just forgot. I got something in the fridge. Or freezer. Give me a second. I gotta grab that. Gotta walk all the way around the car. Okay. Oh. Hey, it's the trash guy. Maybe the trash will go out. Oh, nope. Not the trash guy. Lawn clippings guy. Different guy. Got me a Brutally root beer there. Lovely, lovely. Someone needs to lube that machine, man. Alright, so yep, I'm gonna start the VDub real quick. Most of this first couple of things I have to do, you guys won't be with me because I don't have a long enough cord. I actually am planning on getting one very soon. I'm gonna get a cord for the Logitech because it's a small body, and I can take it'll be an active USB 3 cable that has a repeater, a driver in it, and I think I want to get 50 foot because that would allow me to have the computer stay in one spot, and then I could bring the camera with me. The problem, I need to come up with something for the audio too, because the audio, the cable is only as long as where the Canon currently is sitting, which is, I don't know, 2 meters? Looks about like 2 meters. There's slack in the cable and it's about 1.75 meters away, so. Anyway. Yeah, so eventually, not eventually, soon, I'll be able to take you guys, like, you know, into all the little fiddly bits that are super annoying to get to. Maybe not all of them. Depends on what kind of room there is. I'd kind of like to find a high quality webcam with a smaller, maybe a smaller slender body similar to the shape of the shotgun mic. Something that I could take and thread into small holes. Maybe, you know, maybe yay big-ish. I would like to find something like that. Eventually. Not today, obviously. That cable's gonna set me back. At this point, without like a regular day job, it's gonna set me back quite a bit. But. What? We're gonna do this thing real quick. Yeah, the cannon's fine where it's at. I will be in the V-dub for just a couple of minutes while we make this determination. Yeah. Look, there's a key in. Yeah, I know there's a key in. I put it in. Thank you. I despise cars that scream at you. Well, I despise any device that regularly screams at you, or constantly screams at you, or screams at you even once. Devices should be used, not heard. Okay. It takes this long just to connect. Okay. Now, engine speed 0. That's what we expect. Start engine. That's day number 2 without any kind of spikes. I also need to hit record. We don't need any of that for a video, but doing the van stuff we do need, so I'm going to hit record. Bam. I'm going to swap vehicles around real quick. So I get the back half of the van inside the garagey here. And then where's that? Okay. So give me just a minute. We shall get that done. Okay, baby. There we go. Alright, let's swap vehicles now. Where's my Sunday sunglasses? The ones I just moved with my hand. I just slip that up there in case anybody drops in. Be back in just a minute. nice. That should be fine. Okay, we'll do that. We'll have it just outside the front of the garage. And that way I can wheel you guys over here. Keep the cameras in the shadow, so we're not, melting my hardware, because that would suck. And then I'm gonna move the bikes. I'm gonna move them over a little bit, put them on the grass. It's fine. Fine. What do you know? Pasta the zoo, huh? Alright, that should be sufficient. I have a slight headache. Not sure what that's from. But I think we'll back the van up another 3 feet just to get the tires on the garage floor instead of in the driveway. I gotta try to get this seat. It just gets wider. Damn it. Hope I can stick the seat in through that hole. That should work. Alright, now we've got a list of things we've got to do to the van. Let me grab this guy. Oh, stuff everywhere, stuff everywhere. All kinds of stuff everywhere. Cables and cords and things and stuff and stuff and things. Alright, now, yep, okay, so, cord, I don't want you in the way, thank you. So we don't need some of this other stuff, we don't need that, don't need that. I'm going to write down a list of things we have to do to the van. I'm going to pull the parts out and stick them here on the floor in the garage. So, coolant exchange. We've got coolant and water for that. Our steering fluid exchange. Brake flush. Front struts. Rear brakes. EGR valve. Spark plugs. think that's it, honestly. Let me grab the parts real quick. Okay. For your brake parts, don't know why I'm bringing them all the way over here. They need to be over there. Whatever. It's fine. I'm not stupid. You're stupid. I'm also going to, I grabbed 2 cans of degreaser while we were there. And I'm going to just spray the crap out of the engine. And I'll probably do that after everything's done, because I'm going to be spilling stuff all over the place anyway. So I'm going to degrease the engine and the trans as much as possible, because engines, they seep normally anyway. I don't know that we need that so much. Probably turn it off. But engines, they seep anyway. You get various fluids coming through micro fissures in seal surfaces and what have you. It's a normal part of any kind of piece of machinery. Anywhere there is, honestly, anywhere there's a petroleum product, it's going to come out. Regardless of, doesn't matter what you do, it's going to come out somewhere. It'll find a place. Almost like dead dinosaurs are smart. Front struts. Whole assemblies. Spring included. Which means I'm going to yank the spring off the old one and see if I can't figure out something to use it for. Pretty sure the back shocks on this thing are bad too. They're kind of weak, yeah. That whole doesn't really damp all that well. Also, something I might mention. So we were at the store. We were at Joe Riley's in the other town there, and they had all the parts on the shelf. Everything that we needed that was like parts. The rear brakes, EGR valve, struts. They had it all on the shelf, which is like, for a vehicle of this age, is amazing. These vehicles were incredibly popular at the time and continue to be moderately popular today. Mostly because there's not really that many options in this package. You got this guy, the Town and Country, then you've got his slightly less luxurious sister, the Caravans and the Grand Caravans, and like, then you got the Odyssey, which is a little bit smaller than this. The new ones are a little bit bigger, but the Odyssey of this era was a little bit smaller on the inside than this. The Toyota Sienna, which had a fair share of problems, honestly. If we were comparing this to the Sienna of the time, as much as I hate to say it, because you guys know me, I'm not a fan of American OEMs. I'd take the Caravans over the Siennas. I'd take the Odyssey over all of it, because Honda platform sharing, who's not going to take that? Come on, it'll run forever. You'll never have to worry about it. But these, funnily enough, ignore the paint coming off the rear bumper cover. It's made of plastic, so it flexes. Not unusual. This particular machine is the best example of this series of vehicles that I have ever seen. And while I haven't been necessarily in the industry for the past 8 years or so, I see them regularly driving around. I see them at shops. I see them in parking lots. They're everywhere, right? It's an iconic minivan, the town and country Grand Caravans. I've seen a lot of these, and none of them were in as good a shape as this thing is. This thing, as far as I can tell, everything works. There's a check engine light on because the cat was clogged, and they either cut it out or they jammed a long screwdriver down there and just broke all the material out of it. I'm not sure which. But they deleted the cat, essentially, which a cat's like $150 for a weld-in. Buy a cat and weld it in. Unless it's part of the manifold, like the newest cars are. If it's one that's in the middle of a pipe, weld a new one in. It's fine. Oh, sneezels. Anyway, I actually need to turn. The. Oh, no, we need to go up, actually. I'm not looking outside, I'm looking inside. And inside, we need more stuff. So, oh, the Logitech's on freaking auto. That's why he's freaking out. Logitech, you don't need to be on auto. You can blow the background out a little bit, it's fine. You're not focusing on the background, you're focusing on me. Okay. First I'm recording this and there's really no reason to. I don't know, maybe I'll put the van intro in here. Anyway. What was I talking about? This is the best example of one of these that I've seen, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, they hollowed out the cat, and I don't know, because people have this thing in their head, like catalytic converters are crazy expensive. They're really not. The people that are stealing them are the same people that steal copper wiring out of houses. You know how much money you're getting out of copper wiring out of one house? Like if you strip the entire house of wire, and you spend the time and you strip all the insulation off of it, so you can get the clean cost as opposed to the dirty cost where they have to do it themselves, right? An entire house for the copper is worth like $20 in scrap, $30 in scrap. It's not that much. Same with catalytic converters. What are you getting out of that cat that you're chopping out of someone's car, guy? $100? Like, I get it. If you can do these things quickly and you get 30 or 40 of them, you can set yourself up for a couple of months maybe. But it's like, it's not a sustainable model at the end of the day. It's silly. But I'm one, I don't understand why people feel the need to go out and make other people's lives harder. I don't understand that. It's absurd. Anyway, that's a future project. She does plan on, I talked to her about it, and I told her, like, we'll have to look up the parts, obviously. We'll have to find out what size the pipe is, whether it's California emissions or not, which I can look at here in a minute. We can find out all this stuff. It's fine. But 202 sensors and a cat and the time to cut it out and weld it in, the gasket for the pipe. I'm going to take a look underneath, see what I can see. The thing sat for a while. It was in a barn. Some older couple had gotten it to do something that they never ended up doing, or they did it for a little bit and then they just decided they didn't want to do it anymore. So they just parked it. They set it to the side and it sat. So like it's yeah, Utah, but like from what I can tell, there's not that much rust underneath it, surprisingly. So it's like the exhaust should come apart fairly simply. To do the rear spark plugs, you've got to go in from underneath, if I remember right. So I'll find out. I'll find out for sure when I turn it around and do the front end stuff, the coolant, the power steering, the EGR valve. Because I'll have the front end halfway in, jacked up off the ground. I don't know if I should do the brake fluid now or if I should wait till I turn it around. Probably wait till I turn it around, and just while I've got the wheels off the back, figure out where the bleed valves are. Probably do it that way. So I say, let's get to it. Ideally, I want to get this job done and get the vehicle back to the customer today. If I were in a shop and they brought this to us, this is what would that be? 1.5, 1.2, 2.7, 2.7, 1.5, 3.2, 4.2, 5.2, 5.8, 7. So 7 hours. So this would be a day job. This would be a job that would come in and you do all the stuff and it'd take you most of the work day, most of the time you're in the shop to do it, depending on how you set your schedule. Most people do, 8-hour days. Me, I prefer 3/12s. If I'm going to work, I'm going to work, and that's it. Friends, where are my friends? Where are my friends? I don't know. Where'd they go? Voor de British Take your. You mean they take your phone? Somebody tries to take my phone, they're getting punched in the mouth. Touch my phone. Not your phone to touch. plug my phone in. We've got to get started. Got to get started. Oops. I forgot what disconnected the thing. Gonna move the jack and I just pull the damn handle straight out of the jack. Alright, so these guys have a solid rear axle, quote unquote. And that's what I'm going to use to jack them up. Safety first, we're going to put a chock in front of the wheel in the front. Okay. Even though it's in park, it should not roll. You know, what is this voltage? How much does the hitch move if you jack it up by the receiver? Too much. Don't like that. Alright, that should be sufficient. We're going to get some jackety jack stands because safety first. Donde están these jackety jack stands? Here's one. Close this door. I need the damn wheel. And then that'll have to work. I don't like it, but it'll have to work. I should have grabbed some crap. I don't have any brake cleaner. I'm gonna have to leave you. Actually, I don't have to leave you guys. I'm gonna order it. Oh. Okay. Okay. I need to order a couple of cans brake fluid. We need like 4 cans of brake cleaner. The brake fluid a second ago, didn't I? Thursday, they have delivery drivers. I'm going to mute you guys because I probably have to give them a card. Okay, I'm back. I wasn't sure if they were going to need the card number there. I forgot to grab brake cleaner when I went to the store a little bit ago. So yeah, you missed the explanation, but we got to do some stuff on the van. It's a friend of a friend of a friend customer. I'm gonna start doing. Logan Classifieds deleted my ad. I put an ad on Logan Classifieds, and I can't find it anymore. So maybe they don't allow advertising a business or something. I don't know. But I kind of want to print some business cards. It's like $80 for some business cards or something. And go start handing them out to people. And maybe I should make. Tell you what. Remind me later. I'm gonna make a little like business card placard for the street, so we can stick it up like these guys, right? Where I've got the back and a bit messages. Put a little message kind of down here in this corner, down here in the corner somewhere, or maybe this corner. I'm backwards again. I'm backwards again. But yeah, put the business card on the screen. Now anybody that comes by and watches the stream. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, KSL. Okay. Yeah, I have the app on my phone, and I don't have an account because previously you could do stuff on there as a guest. I never used anything on KSL, so I never had a reason to make an account. I've got this problem, right, where I despise having 60 million accounts. You have an account for everything, and it's disgusting. It's terrible, it's horrible, and it's disgusting. What we need to do is we need to move to some token system where your online presence is your token, and you take your token places and you use your token to log in. And everything, if you want to have multiple tokens and you want to have multiple accounts, you can absolutely do that. That needs to be built into the system, that needs to be baked in. Because you don't need to be having this, oh, well, it's tied to your driver's license and your social security card or whatever, in whatever other countries, whatever passes for government identification. It does not need to be that. That's a bad idea. But a centralized repository system with multiple redundant servers, kind of everywhere, and you go and you're like, hey, I have this thing that I want to do online. You have your Honda Civic account. I've got my project car. I log into every forum. Any forum that I go to, I log in with that account. If I want to change the account, there's something in your browser that you click, you change a drop down for your presence account or whatever, and you can change it to whatever you want. You want to be anonymous, make it an anonymous account. No data is stored, no data is collected, etc., etc. We need to keep privacy key and forefront of the system. Like that needs to be the primary goal of the system. But yeah, long story short, I hate having more accounts than I absolutely need. It's just more security risk, obviously. So I haven't made an account on KSL. I should do that. One of the things that might be helpful is put on there that I travel between Logan and Pokey. So those two endpoints and anywhere in between, I can come to you and do basic diag in your driveway. It don't run and you don't want to pay a tow truck? $40 is cheaper than a tow truck. I'll come out, I'll bring some tools, I'll take a look at it. Whatever diagnostic, however long it takes me to diagnose, whatever diagnostic fee, we work that out. And then mobile diagnostician. There you go. Mobile automotive consultant. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, we gotta do some stuff on this guy today. Rear brakes, drain and fill coolant, drain and fill power steering, brake flush, spark plugs, EGR valve, radiator cap, it's leaking. Something like that. And I guess it would depend highly on what it takes to get there. Like, I don't know how big my region would be. Like Jimmy John's, you know, they set a specific region. Hey, there's my delivery driver. Sweet. Jimmy John's, they set a specific region. It's like 5 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever from a given store. They don't all always follow that necessarily, but you know, give me just a second. I'll go get my stuff here. Alright, got me a case of cheapy brake cleaner so we can clean some stuff off, see? Hey, Brace. Oi. Okay, now. Okay, yeah. It's exactly what I was saying when you typed that, I think. Where it would depend on what it takes me to get there. So I just did some changes in the Civic Tune. And I drove it up to Pokey to grab this guy, because this is it's customer, but it's friend of a friend. So I left the Civic at her house and brought the van down here, so I didn't have to like pack up my entire toolbox and any specialty tool I might need that I don't even know maybe where they are, like whatever. So I clean. Camera's looking the wrong way, bro. You got this narrow field of view like this. Everything there is not that. I mean, I've got the. Let me pick up the Logitech here. Yeah, I don't know thing. I gotta put the extension in here. So, whiteboard. We go over to the workbench, streaming computer and stuff. Welder, press, firewall, and then, you know, all that stuff kind of up against the side there. But then we come over here and we have the mess that is that old china cabinet thing, and then totes and totes and totes, and some storage in the wall and some totes, and there's a hood, and there is pegboard that I don't even use for pegboard, and then the toolbox. There's enough room in here for just, literally, there's enough room in here right this second for the Civic. I pulled the Passat in, and it's been sitting here the past couple days, and you can't walk around it. You cannot move around that thing. When I was talking earlier, I was saying I don't have one right now, but something I need to get is a USB extension. So I've got this guy, and this is like, oh, what is this? Not even, this is 1.5 meters. So 1.5 meter USB 2 extension. This is an old ass cable, right? So 1.5 meter USB extension cable, nowhere near long enough for me to grab the Logitech and take it over to the brakes and show the stream the brakes. I'd really like to, but I do plan on getting a 50-foot, so that's, what is that going to be, like 16 meter? Something like that, 15 meter active USB extension cable, which means it's got a powered repeater in it, and hooking it up to the laptop. And then I need to get an extension cable for the audio, because the mic's cable is about 2 meters long too, so I can't take it very far. And halfway across the garage, I don't think the audio is going to sound very good. Previously, I'd walk halfway across the garage, and it's. I said it in a stream a couple of days ago. Everything in our universe is either square law, inverse square law, quadratic, or inverse quadratic. Everything in our universe. It follows the rule of circles, essentially. So when I get twice as far away, the audio drops twice as much. Electromagnetism, the twice more you get away, it drops 4 times as much, so the quadratic. But, you know, stuff and things. Also, I'm trying to get, so there's memes where adulting and hanging out with your friends and it doesn't work and blah blah blah. I'm trying to get, I got 2 buddies that are quite interested in physics. I love physics. Classical physics are interesting. Quantum physics are just really cool. So I'm interested in just various different physics, and math, and just sciences and chemistry and what have you. So my old system engineer, I asked him if he'd like to come and do a stream with me at some point, and we just talk about physics, talk about quantum mechanics, talk about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, which is just making fun of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Talking about what is electricity and how does electricity work, what is gravity and how does gravity work, talking about black holes and stars and planets and the congealing of mass from energy into jelly that we call mass, etc., etc. So him, and then another buddy of mine that I met at the same job that I met him, which I don't even think they know each other. I met one out on site, and I met the other in the facility where we were when we were waiting for our clearances to come in. So the guy that I met while waiting for my clearance didn't work with me when I got out to site. So he worked, 80 miles away because the site was just freaking huge. So I don't think they've ever met. They know of each other. They know of each other's existence simply because the way the site was set up, it only makes sense that this person would exist, and that's what his name is, right? But he's a physics major, and I think he is a classical physics major, but he's also got an interest in quantum mechanics. So I want to get them in a stream. And I kind of want to stream podcast, or maybe make a video of stream podcast kind of thing. I don't know what to do for a background though, is my problem, and that's why we haven't really done it. I'm not supposed to be throwing goldfish, man. That's cruel and unusual. What you do is you have the dog sit and you throw it straight into the mouth. It's quick. But I digress. Or regress. Or ingress. I thought I had another one, but I don't. I need to get on the brakes. So we're up in the air. I need to find I need to find the, I got electric zippity zip. Gotta find him. Where did I put it? Oh, where did I put it? Good. Oh, shizzle diddle. Alright. So, oh, crap spackle. Okay, so, plugged into the wrong cord. I plugged into the right cord because I used it to go outside, which means it's, I need to grab the other cord to do this. It's fine. Fine, we're fine, everything's fine. So, yeah, rear brakes. So I'm doing rear brakes, and then I'm going to turn it around so I can do the fluids and the spark plugs and what have you. That's how we're doing this. I've got to grab the thing. This thing. Hi, this thing. How are you doing? Light, you are in the way, actually. Okay. Unplug iron charger. Yet again, light, you are in the way, I say. Now, door, you are in the way. Good news is this extension cord on this side is a longy boy. So, not really critical. I really need to change that. Of course, kind of the problem is it's not wrapped up correctly on this thing, this hook, little hookity hook. And light and door, you are both again in the way. What the what? How is that? I just pulled a loop off of the hook, and it's the inside-most loop. How are you? What? This is crazy, y'all. Oy. Fine. We'll pull the whole damn thing off. We're gonna untangle you. Gotta unpluggerate you. Of course, since it's been hanging up for the last year and a half and not actually used, the insulation's a bit stiff. Look at that. How? You were wrapped up nicely and neatly. How can you possibly have tangled yourself up when not being used? The old Christmas light dilemma, right? Okay. Now, I could wrap this thing correctly, where you go one front, one back, one front, one back, and then your cord is not twisted like that all the way down its length. I could do that. The question is, am I going to? To which the answer is a resounding no. No, I'm not. I'm actually not even going to plug it back in over there. I'm going to plug it over here, so I have it ready and nearby. because the electrician that I paid to come in and put outlets along the wall in this rental did not do it the way that I told him to do it. And I'll tell you what, never again. I will never pay somebody else to do a job I can do myself. I don't care if it's a rental or not. I don't care if they want a bonded freaking contractor or not. I know what I'm doing. Literally what I get paid to do whenever I have a job is deal with electricity. So it's not bonded by the state, but nobody needs to know that. He said in a public live stream. I'm talking about that contractor game, you know. Contractor simulator. You know that one. Okay. Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Where is my screwdriver? There's a screwdriver. Alright, this foam needs to move. Go over here. Oh, this stupid thing. You put it in gear, you want all the doors locked, right? You walked away for 10 seconds. You want all the doors locked, right? You go no hit. Go no hit. No. Yeah, well, we're not doing that. We're not going to be damaging the customer's vehicle. We ain't a-doing it. Even though other people have been doing it for years. These rims are all scratched up, taking out the freaking center caps. There's no cause for these rims being as scratched up as they are. But Utah, what do you expect? Did I just literally put that empty bottle back on the freaking bench? Throw it away, man. So, tell you what, Mr. Colin, you, how do I say this in a Google-owned live stream thing? Do you enjoy taking targets and or bottles out into the middle of the desert and finding ways to constructively deconstruct them purposefully? Because I've got me, I like to drink things that come in glass bottles apparently. Apple juice and root beer and things of that nature. So I've got me a giant box of glass bottles. And since prices have come down for consumables, for the tools you would use to constructively deconstruct them in the field, I'd like to take them out and constructively deconstruct them. You know, get in some practice, stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? Feel me? Real talk. Real talk. You know what I mean? Feel me? Real talk. You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? That's a thing. People talk like that. I've heard them. I've met them. explain that vibration. There's a little bit of rust. Just a little bit. Oh, guy, you're in the way. Tires are in pretty good shape. Just a teensy tiny amount of rust. Oh no. To those kind. I hate these kind. So icky. I might have to use my rust spray on this stuff. I don't know. Okay. You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? Feel me? Real talk. Real talk. You know what I mean? You feel me? Real talk. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Those aren't going to be too bad. That makes me a little bit happier. Not a fan of these kind of semi-floating calipers. I don't even know if these things are supposed to get lubed. The way you lube slide pins in a floating caliper. I don't think so. I think they're supposed to be clean, not lubed. Need me a pry bar. Little pry bar. Come here, little pry bar. There we go. Just had to get it from the right angle. Alright. Oh. I think these are factory rotors. What? This thing's like an 06? No way. Yeah. It's an 06 and these look like factory rotors. Crazy. She's crazy, y'all. And now, here's a nifty trick. So you've got the factory put these little clips on. Most vehicles, they have clips or screws or some kind of retainer mechanism for the rotors. So rolling down the assembly line, they can slap the rotors on. The next guy puts on brackets and calipers and pads. The next guy puts on the wheels, something like that. So the rotors don't fall off, just chugging down the line. This guy's got the factory little, so they're like these little spring steel clips, little tabs chewed up on the inner edge, and they sort of thread on. I think in the factory they probably just have a tool, little bushing pusher. They just push them on, but they sort of thread on. Easy peasy trick to get them off without destroying them, assuming that they're not just rusted all the way through or whatever. Diddly dikes. You grab a little tab, you bend one little tab out just a smooch so you can grab it, and then you thread it off the stud. Usually. Not always. Nope, this one's just going to fall apart. Okay, that's fine. We don't need the clips. The clips are for assembly purposes only. We don't need them installed on the rotor because the wheel will hold them on. What we do need, though, we need to bring the rotor. What the heck is in my shoe? We need to get the rotor off so we get hammer time. Don't hit the studs. But I think I'm also supposed to be checking to see if we can save the rotor. So, don't hit the braking surface. Whack it a few times and there we go. I'm pretty sure that's beyond the minimum. But I do have a little minimum thing here. Let me get the wire brush, we'll clean that up a little bit, see what the minimum is. And I'll do it by hand. That is the question. Minimum rotor thickness, 11.26 millimeters. All right. Let me find my micety mic. Caliper micety mic. This guy. You have a battery in him. He does. Battery any good at all? It is not. Nope. Luckily, I've got spare batteries. What I'm going to start doing is pulling these things out when I'm not using it, because I don't use these calipers often enough that I can really justify leaving the battery in for any length of time. Got a little cross in the paper, and then I'll pull it out of the little blister pack. Good place to get caliper batteries actually is Harbor Freight. They got a little, like, I don't know, 30 pack or whatever, and you're only using one of the batteries. There's two. There's another one you might could use, but it's You'd have to like put a little, I don't know, bushing or something in there. So put that there, zero him out. Well below the minimum. Okay. 10.5 minimum thickness, 11.2. Yeah. So these are a garbage. They could be good, actually. Good thing you can use rotors for is stands for like little shop equipment that you put like on bench tops. You just weld something to the hub center, stick a little post on it, and stick, you know, a little mini grinder or something of that nature to it. They work good as a little weighted stand. I don't know that I'm going to use one of these because these are rusty. It'd probably be easier to go next time I head down south, pick some non-rust ones up. Let the customer know we've already got the parts because we anticipated that we wouldn't be able to save the rotors. I anticipated that we wouldn't be able to save the rotors because given its age and given the grooves that I was seeing on the rotors, my suspicion was 98% likely we weren't be able to turn them. Also, turning non-vented rotors is usually a pain in the butt. Even with good equipment, it's kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. So I told the customer, I was like, we can do it, we can try it if you really want. It's not a big deal. I don't have a problem with turning the rotors. So she was like, yeah, if you can save them, do that, and then we can return these. But if not, you have them to replace anyway, so we don't have to go and buy parts again. But turning non-vented rotors, just single plane rotors, a lot of times you get a bunch of resonances that are just crazy annoying, and you'll hear that when you apply the brakes later, because you'll hear that kind of sound will be just a little bit louder because of those resonances if you don't have a band, an anti-harmonic band designed for single plane rotors. So I generally just replace them. They're cheap enough. There's no harm in it. At some point, I think I'd like to retrofit the Civic with this style of rear brake, where it's a disc drum. So what I think I want, hold on to your hats here. What I think I want is a disc drum, such that I have a parking brake, just a normal ratchet parking brake, clickety click, and then you push the button, let it go, whatever. And then I want two calipers on the rear. One for the regular foot brake, another for a secondary hydraulic brake, actuated in the same region. So have two levers in the center, where the center console would sit. One is a hydraulic brake, one is the mechanical parking brake. There's reasons I want that. They're silly, so I'm not going to tell anybody. That's what I want. I like being silly, right? Why would you do that? Why not? Who cares? What do you care? It's not your car. Get off me. You don't know me. You're not going to sit nicely anywhere, are you? So I do kind of like this style of pads. I'll show you the new ones here in a second. But I like this style of pad because it's actually quite simple, and you don't have separate hardware. The hardware is part of the brake pad. It means every time you replace the brake pad, you're replacing the hardware, which I kind of like. Okay. Now, oh, because these are not, okay. Duh. Like, wait a minute. This doesn't look right. They're not parking brake calipers. They're not dual purpose. They're single purpose calipers, which means they're not spinny any calipers. They're pushy squishy calipers. I like pushy squishy calipers. I'm not a child, you're a child. Which means we can use this bad boy. Zippity doo dah. Which means I need this brake pad back. And now, you're doing brakes. If you pop the hood and you see brake fluid on a vehicle is low, do not ever top up brake fluid. Ever. Brake fluid is low. It's low because the calipers are filled with the fluid that's supposed to be in the brake master, or brake master reservoir, or you have a leak. Either one of those, you need to find out what the problem is exactly and address it, and then you inspect your brake fluid level. Never add brake fluid. Never add refrigerant to your HVAC system without checking the system first, which this has an AC problem. I'll show you that too. And when squishing in calipers, especially on vehicles with ABS, always go slow. Never do it fast. If you do it fast, you can damage ABS modules, actually. Mostly on GM, because GM doesn't know what they're doing. They don't understand that people work at these things that don't really have any idea what they're doing. They're just following a thing some guy told them once. That's pretty much GM engineers. Tell you what, you know how GM designs their cars? I can tell you exactly how they design their cars. On one coast, they got a group of body guys. They come up with a new body shape, new design for the exterior. They come up with how the metal's going to be shaped and the tooling and all the manufacturing stuff. And that's what they do. They design the body. There's another group on the other coast that's engine and transmission, powertrain guys. Powertrain guys, they design their engine and they design the transmission. They design all the drivetrain and all the powertrain. And once every 4 years, these guys get together in a group, somewhere in the middle, probably Kansas or Michigan. And they try to stick the engine and trans in the body. Most times, they don't fit. So what they do is they try to stick it in there. Yes. They try to stick it in there, and when it won't fit, they're like, they call the intern and they're like, "Hey Jimmy, we need you to go down there in the shop there and get you one of them there air hammers, okay? And what you're gonna do is you're gonna take a look and see where we're hitting stuff. And every time we drop this thing down in that hole and you're hitting stuff, you mark it with some paint or some tape, or you mark it, with a marker or something, you mark it somehow. And we're gonna pull it out, and you're gonna take that air hammer now, and you're just gonna, we'll make it fit, okay? That's what we're gonna do." Jimmy, he's an intern. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know anything about design for manufacturing, so he agrees and he does it. Bam, you put an engine in a body, and you work the GM. That's how it's done. Also, the engine guys, the powertrain guys, they're not the accessories guys. It's not the same guys. The guys that put the HVAC system, and the guys that put the power steering, and the guys that put the starting and charging system, right? All the mechanical bits for starting and charging. Those aren't on there when they designed the engine. They just designed the engine and transmission and bolts to it. Okay? So they get it in the body. They sit down, they're looking at it, and they're like, wait a minute, wait 1 minute here. Boys, we're missing something. And Jimmy comes in, he's like, yeah, where's the power steering and the AC? I'm like, oh, damn it, Jimmy. So, Jimmy runs down to the shop, finds a guy that once put an AC on a car back in the 40s. He goes and grabs that guy, brings him upstairs. They're like, we need to figure out how the heck we're going to put AC and power steering and the alternator and that there starter on this here engine and that there body. The guy's like, we don't really have enough room for that, guys. We don't care. We're going to stick it in. You're going to put it on, and that'll be the end of it. That's what they do. They go in there and they take their air hammer again and like, oh crap, we didn't design a bracket for the power steering pump. How are we going to hold that there? Tell you what, Jimmy, you run out there to the boneyard, because they got a junkyard of just like 40-year-old cars, right? Just sitting kind of out in back of the shop. So like, you run out there in the boneyard, Chief, and you grab just like 5 or 6 different brackets. You can bring them in here and we'll see if we can make one fit. And that's how they design, the power steering bracket. And that's how they design the alternator bracket. Stuff like that. That is confirmed GM standard engineering. So if you ever feel like you're dumb, if you ever feel like you're maybe inadequate or you're less than somebody else, just remember, people still buy General Motors products on purpose. People still buy Harley Davidsons on purpose. They go to a dealership and they're like, hey, I want to buy a Harley. You ever think you're just not quite good enough? Just remember that those people exist, and you'll feel better about yourself. Because they could have bought a wheel horse, of course. See what I did there? Really? Granted, wheel horse like the one that we've got here is not nearly what it was 20 years before that. That guy's like an '08, and it's really not all that well designed, if I'm being honest. To pull the engine, you have to disassemble the entire structure of the machine. There's pillars and beams, and you have to take it all off just to get the engine off. And I say, any engineer that designs a machine that will be worked on at some point by somebody else. They design it such that it is incredibly difficult to work on. They have no business being engineers. They need to turn in their degrees. They need to move to the wilderness somewhere. Give up. There we go. Go break it loose. Then drive on. Brake pad, go away. Brake pad, go away. I'll be over there and read the chat here in a second. Get this rear end disassembled, put the new stuff on. As soon as I go over to grab the parts, the new parts, I'll go over there and see it. Again, you turn this knob quite slowly. I'm gonna laugh if I turn this caliper all the way in, and brake fluid comes out the top of the reservoir. Your brake fluid should be at max with all brand new brakes. Then as the brakes wear, the calipers get extended further and further, the level's going to drop. The minimum should be the point that the OEM, generally they design the minimum to be when your brakes are completely worn, it will be at the minimum. So, you know. This one don't have a little clippity clip on it. Trash man? Wait, what? What's he picking up? Oh, he's picking up the trash. Okay, we're not the first on the route. Trash will go out today. Well, that one's on there, isn't it? We're going to have to whack the crap out of it. Well, there it goes. Since we know the rotors are not savable, I can whack the friction surface. I don't know, I have to look back up. Maybe it's an 06 instead of an 08. I have to look up the serial number. Maybe it's a 98. I remember an 8 for some reason. But yeah, it's not designed very well. Okay. Snare. Dingle flingle dingledor. Flingenhort. Oh, this is the stinky, stinky brake cleaner. Bleh. Bleh. Stinky, stinky. Okay, now the question is, am I going to have to readjust the parking brake? Because the brake shoes look in phenomenal shape. Because you don't drive with the parking brake, or you don't use the parking brake normally when you're driving, unless you forget and leave it on. But I don't see any evidence of that on these guys. Because normally you'd get excessive wear and you'd see heat marks on the inside of the drums there, and I don't see any of that. So I think we should be okay. I'm going to check regardless, obviously. Because everything you do, don't ever not discount double check. Always, always, always discount double check. I believe in liberal use of brake cleaner. Oh man, that's stinky. Woo! This is the smelly, smelly stuff. I think I said that already. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fits on like a glove. Well, it fits on like a rotor. There's a stud missing. I wonder if this is a bolt-on wheel bearing. Is it a bolt-on wheel bearing? Yeah. Alright. I will recommend the customer replace the driver rear wheel bearing at some point. Just because it'll be simpler, easier, I guess smarter-ish to replace the wheel bearing than to try to replace a stud on an old wheel bearing and then the wheel bearing goes bad, 6, 8, 10 months later. Who knows when it's going to go bad? You never know. But yeah. All right. Hey. And we'll amp. Yeah, it's facing the other way. So we're going to put it back exactly the way the factory had it in the first place. Come on. Really? I'm like 65% certain it doesn't matter. But 65%, yes, is uncertain enough such that I don't feel comfortable relying on that. So, we are going to put it back exactly the way the factory had it in the first place. Why won't you go? The bolt's in the way. That's fine. I'm going to clean that up. I don't like that. That should slide kind of easily. And it does not currently slide easily. This is kind of, I guess, the downside of semi-floating calipers is this surface that is not replaceable. Not replaceable easily. Is a square surface, and you can't easily replace it. So what I've got to do is I've got to clean it up. I've got to clean it up just a little bit. With my wire brush. Wire brush, y'all. As I'm sitting here in the freaking sun boiling. Yep. You on there. You on there. And then fine. Okay, now the other one started. Pretty sure I just did that wrong. That's okay, easy fix. What happens when you don't pay enough attention? I'm so poor I can't even pay attention. Come on. Oh, out. Thank you. Jeez. Oh, will not come out. There we go. Now I did it right. It's on McMarty pants, yeah, McMarty pants. And bleeding the rears should be quite simple, because the bleeder sits right at the top of the caliper, facing directly back from the wheel. You just reach up around the reel, reel, reel. Jump behind the wheel, do a little crankaloo, and the land, you're bleeding some brakes. There we go. Bam, some lambs. A little bit more clean. Get any fingerprints off of it, because we don't like fingerprints on our brakes. No, we don't. No, we don't. Of course, this brake cleaner is that kind that it doesn't clean very well and takes you twice as much to get anything done. So you use it faster, which is sad face. Boosh. Bam, some lambs. Let it evaporate into my lungs a little bit, because we love tasty, tasty brake cleaner in the morning. Makes me glad to be alive. Yum, yum, yum. Come on. And then, I got a few sound bites. Got a few sound bites I need to record for OBS, mostly for streaming games. Because when I'm doing car stuff, like obviously I'm just sitting here. I can't just walk over to the computer. I can't say a thing. Walk over to the computer, hit the button for the sound bite, you know, being funny or whatever. So the car stuff is going to be a little bit less comedically entertaining, I guess. I don't know. I like to think of myself as kind of a funny guy. Also, trash guy came down that side and grabbed the black can, so the trash can, the regular household refuse can, on the other side of the street, and I just saw him drive down our side of the street, but I didn't hear him stop. And our trash is still full. It has not been taken out. Like, was he full heading back to the landfill? Or what? It's a thing. It's a thing. It's fine. There we go. Oh, the inner fender is missing on this side, that's why. Okay. Like, why is this side easier to deal with than the other side? Because there's supposed to be a little plastic inner fender piece in here, and this side does not have it. There's clip holes. What? Huh. Maybe the plastic piece on the other side is to protect the fuel fill pipe. Because there is sort of an inner fender over here, but it's made out of steel, not plastic. Come on. Is it a hammer? Yes? No? No. Does it have one end that is heavier than the other? Yes. It's a hammer. I gotta make it, is it a hammer flowchart? Yep. Alright. Rear brake's done. Even talking and moving slow and not having a lift. How long did that take me? About 40 minutes. Or so. Nice! Okay. Wheels back on. Actually, wheels back on after I break loose the bleeders, because I've done that before, where you gotta break loose the bleeders after put the wheels back on because they're easy to access mostly, and they won't come loose. Not that guy. Not the guy I want. That's the guy I want. For me, go. Wait. Thank you. have... Okay, I was like, do I have an 8mm flare nut wrench? I do, but it doesn't matter. What? Oh, 6. Well, it's not that. Don't tell me it's freaking 3/8. It's a 9mm. It's 3/8. Oh my god. 2006. You're in the back room of a Dodge development building. You're high on PCP. 0-300 hours. They've asked you to design a bleeder screw. And you remember your grandpa telling you that he would disown you if you ever used metric. So what do? On an all-metric vehicle, you put a 3/8. Leave it to American OEM engineers to not know what the heck they're doing. Lovely. Lovely, jubbly. All right. Never ugga dugga dugga lug nuts on. Ever, ever, never, ever, 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 ever. Air, electric, doesn't matter. You can put them on with the tool, but do not ever dugga 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 your lug nuts. Always, always, always apply the correct torque. For which I have handy dandy torque wrench. So if you saw, what I did when I put those on is I hit it and I let the rotating mass of the motor rotor, the rotor inside the electric motor, I let that rotating mass be all the amount of force that applies force to the lug nut. In my experience, it depends on the tool primarily, but in my experience, electric and half-inch air, so half-inch electric and air tools are going to apply 60 to 80% of full torque if you pull it and let the rotating mass spin the lug nut into seat. You then it's enough, you can put it on the ground without damaging the studs at all, and then you can check your torque and then put all the weight on the tire. So that is a method that does work. I have tested it numerous times, and it's always the same every time I do it. There we go. Yeah, that hub, I really should have cleaned that hub off. Honestly, thinking about it now. The wheel's on, it's fine. It's not going to damage anything not doing it. One of those things, in retrospect, it would have been nice to do for the next person that has to touch it. Which very, very likely will be me. Assuming I retain the friendship of the people in question. I don't plan on making them not my friends. Okay. And good practice. Roommates might have ordered food. Good practice is to unload your torque wrenches when you're done with them. A lot of the high dollar ones will tell you you have to, or they'll void the warranty. I've seen that before. 100 foot-pounds. MLM, yep. That'll be my roommate's ordering food. And the easy way to do this is you pull up. Orient your tool so you're always pulling up. Your legs are stronger than your back, and your arms, and your mass. Don't pull against your mass. Need a little bit more weight on the wheels. Too much dust, not enough friction. Oh. It'll be at the door. It's my roommate's probably. You know. Also, sometimes helps if you're not dumb and you pull the jack stands out from the vehicle before you try to put it on the ground. That helps. You can actually put it on the ground if you don't have jack stands underneath it. Get a funky. Amazing. There we go. Now we should be able to do some stuff. Still not enough. I don't like fully loading the wheels until they're torqued. Because you can damage the studs doing that. There we go. One wheel torque rated. Wow. There we go. Done and done. Rear brakes, about 40 minutes or so. Then I gotta turn around and do front struts and all the various fluids that I have on hand. Sort of annoying. So my roommates didn't take the trash out last week to the road. By the time I got up, the trash man had already come through. They just changed the cycle, the route though. So, you know, new habits to get into, I guess. I don't know. It didn't go out last week, and the shop trash went in last week, the day before it went out, because, you know, load up the trash can with whatever you're gonna load it up, and then put stuff on top, if it'll fit. That's what I did. Didn't go out early enough, so didn't go out. Get up this morning around 0900, and it seems as though same thing. Means we're probably gonna have to make a dump run. $10. Lovely jubbly. Alright, I'm gonna wash my hands, turn this bad guy around, start doing the front stuff. Okay. Phone is charged. Let us. I don't know if these struts are going to require an alignment. Oh, there's a trash guy. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? I I can kind of do a little bit of it myself, just a teensy tiny little bit. I don't really have a level space. Even this, the garage floor is not really even all that level. It's off by like 5 degrees or so. So I'll wait until the trash guy runs by, so I'm not in his way turning around. He's got a job to do. Me, I can take my time on this. I can do this for the next week if I need to. I don't want to. I want to get the thing back up to the customer tonight, if I can. Hey, all right. I'll be right back. In the town populated almost exclusively by bakers. Bring out your bread! And this thing is quite stinky and a tiny bit low on power. So plugs and EGR valves should do a long way to fixing that. I've also got to clean the battery. I think I want to do the dry stuff first, right? That seems like the better course. Do the dry stuff first, that way it's not dripping on you when you're trying to be underneath and do things. I already did this, but I'm going to do another inspection anyway, just because it's a smart thing to do. Yeah, we got some seepages going on. Looks like normal stuff though, nothing major leaking. Kind of normal stuff. Would you look at that? The brake fluid reservoir is overfilled and was dripping down on stuff. And why? Why do you ask? Was it doing that? The answer is because somebody saw that it was low, did not check the brakes, and topped up the thing to max. No, don't do that. Did I release that video? Did I release the fluids video? I'll have to go back and check. Let me know in the chat if I actually released that fluids video or not, talking about fluids you top up and fluids you don't top up. There's a whole video. It might have been one I haven't gotten to yet because it's in a big block of videos and it's super annoying to deal with. I did that twice. I had two like 3-hour cuts where I just did a thing and then I paused and then I did a thing and then I paused and then I did a thing. It was in this shirt actually. There's another one of these videos in the Moo shirt. Okay. So first thing we're gonna do is struts, and I'm gonna do a thing to the front brake. Oh. And crap speckle. I don't have a scour pad. I really need a scour pad, honestly, if I'm being honest. Nurse. Okay. Chryslers, you lift by this motor mount. Because this is a structure element. So I'm going to lift this hot guy as high as I possibly can. I really need to put shorts on. It's freaking hot out here. I'm going to need to crawl underneath this guy to do those sparkety plugs in the back. I think, actually, this one you might not have to. Actually, factually. That appears to be a pinch weld. Oh, while it's here, I'm also going to clean the headlights. Something else I'm going to do. Now, one of these is going to be fun because the sway bar end link gets bolted to the strut, and there is a little bit of rust in this thing. Cool. Find out how that goes. I don't like that. Tell me that's just a suspension in the rear. Tell me that's just a suspension. Yeah, nothing's bending. Nothing's twisting. Nothing's diddly-doo-dadding. Okay. Those are pinch welds, in fact. Good news. The fun part. This is why minivans suck. And once I really need 2 USB extensions. One for each camera. Nah, because I could just do it overall. And then I do... Actually, tell you what, Mr. Colin. Question of your personal opinion. If I were going to do... So what I want to do is I want to have like the Logitech, the little guy, on a really long cable. So I can leave the computer and stuff where it's at. I don't have to try to balance it somewhere in an engine bay, maybe on top of a hot engine, damage the laptop, etc., etc. Wireless cameras are crazy expensive to do like streaming stuff for whatever reason, so that's not really an option. So 50-foot powered cable would be, they're like 60, 70 bucks. I can do that. So my question is, would it be a better format to have big picture, this guy right here, the whole garage facing, and then the picture in picture, the little guy up here in the corner, or is it better this way, where the engine bay stuff would be the big picture, and then kind of the overarching picture is the picture-in-picture kind of up here in the corner? What would be better, do you think? Need to look like 13. They are, in fact, 13. Now where's my 13? 13 ratcheting wrench. Drop down by my 5. Yay. Alright. Okay. So that. Alright, so I'm gonna erase things off of here. Actually, I have to write other stuff on here also. Degrease, engine, battery cleaning, headlight cleaning. I have all this stuff for, easy peasy. I gotta get back behind the whiteboard and get the buffer. It's kind of buried. I can also do that. Problem is, I'd like to do it like, I'd like you guys to be able to see it. Maybe I don't use this job for that. Maybe I use this job to pay for that long cable, and then in the future, that's no way. And then in the future, I take the camera up and show what's going on, all the stuff I'm doing. So I did rear brakes. We need to check the plug wires whenever we're doing the plugs. So rear brakes are done. I'm going to do the front struts and then the PGR valve and then the spark plugs. Right now. Let me pull the screwdriver. Screwdriver. Can I use screwdriver? See, it's not that hard. Oh, and make sure I don't forget to put these back on before I leave. Before I leave. I'll also inspect the front brakes. So the front brakes, I don't know, I gotta take a look at them first. But the brakes feel like crap on this thing. They feel like garbage. I think somebody replaced the front brakes in the past and they never bedded them correctly. Anytime you replace brakes, you must bed the brakes. As the mechanic, that is your duty, that is part of the job. You do not, I hate this when shops do this. Shops do this all the time. Oh, you're gonna want to take it easy on the brakes for the next 500 miles or so. 500 miles of driving without the ability to emergency brake? No guy, you don't do that. As the mechanic, it is your job to bed the brakes and make them fully functional before you give the machine to the customer. Your job. If you're not doing your job, you need to stop, walk away, and don't ever touch a car again. Nothing worse than people endangering people's lives because they're lazy or dumb. Literally, that is the worst thing in our world. People endangering other people's lives because they're either lazy or dumb, or both. I'm lazy. I'm the first one to tell you I'm lazy. I ain't gotta do it. I probably ain't gonna do it. But, gotta get done. Do it right. Don't half-ass it. Don't quarter-ass it. Don't any ass it. Do the job correctly. Well, those are over-torqued. Probably some redneck in Idaho ugga-dugged it. It's a serious problem up here. Arizona, you did not see nearly this amount of rednecking on cars. Michigan, you don't see nearly this amount of rednecking on cars because Michigan State, in their communist wisdom, possibly a good thing, I don't know, but they've decided that you're not allowed to touch a car unless you have a certification. An ASE certified mechanic is the only people allowed by the state to touch cars. Now there's backyard mechanics and people that do it themselves all the time. You can't stop that. But to work at a business, for the business to be insured and bonded and whatever by the state and allowed to continue operations, every single tech has to be licensed. And you can only touch the things that you have licenses for. So if you have A5 brakes, you can touch brakes, but you cannot pull an engine. If you have, what is it, A7 or A8 automatic transmissions, you can't touch electrical systems. You know, you're not supposed to do things outside of a certification you have, which the certifications are very basic. They're kitty town frolic level of knowledge. So I don't know that that's a good thing necessarily. Yeah, someone ugga-dugga these on here. They're all different amounts of torque. That's dangerous too. Ugga-dugga lug nuts, you can snap studs, and oh, there goes your wheel. You seen those videos online where wheels are flying off and flying down the road into windshields and killing people? That's why. They're either not torqued or they're over-torqued. There's a specific torque rating and specification for lug nuts. Follow it. Do not ever not follow it. Yeah, the front brakes are like brand new. Means whoever put them on, I can tell you right now, they didn't even turn the rotors. That's why the brakes suck. Also, do not pad swap. Never, ever, 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 ever pad swap a car. Ever. Don't ever do it. We're going to measure those rotors. If we can turn them, we're going to turn them. And then we're going to bed the front brakes correctly. Because this is terrifying. This is why wrecks happen. And people are like, I don't know what happened. It just didn't work and something broke and we just drove off the road. This is why. Because somebody touched it that had no idea what they were doing. They had no business dealing with people's machinery, dealing with their lives, their safety, the safety and lives of others on the road. Disgusting. It's a big trigger for me, in case you can't tell. Okay. We've got .2815 and a pretty substantial lip, at least 0.2 millimeters. This guy is 28.6. Okay. Hey Lori, it's Ryan again. Yes, sir? I wonder, I don't have access to books anymore. Could you look up the minimum spec for the front rotors on a 06 Town and Country? I wish I had the money for a book. Or, well, yes, it wouldn't be a book. It'd be the online thing, right? What does O'Reilly's use? It's whenever we were doing stuff like that's what I was doing for a living. We had a thing from O'Reilly's that was the labor. Is it Mitchell? I mean, I prefer paper books myself. There's something about just the feel, the tangible. Well, both. What's that? Both. Disc drums. Both. That has rear discs and drums simultaneously. Oh, drums. Front. Okay. So front disc, rear disc. All the way around? Yeah. How's the parking brake shoe? Yeah. Yeah, I want to convert my Civic to that because I actually kind of like that system. Or do you want it in millimeters? I'm a real man. Nice. Okay. I've got 28.1 as the minimum. But we can turn. I don't know if I'm going to or not, but I'm seriously thinking about it. Because I'm looking at the rotors and they look like someone pad swapped them. But see, I don't know because why would they be 28 mil if they were pad swapped? That's really thick. They just put new pads on and then didn't bend them correctly? Brakes feel like crap on this thing. I don't know. I think I'll try bending them first. If that doesn't do anything, then we'll probably give them a turn and see. Thank you. Right, so they got plenty of meat on them. They got 3 mil they can go. Nice! Sweet. Okay, and this guy. This is going to be the fun one. We're going to see if we can ugga-dugga it off of there first. But I don't know if it's going to work. So we'll find out real quick. Ugga-dugga's going to work. No, ugga-dugga will not work. Means, I wonder if I can do it by hand. Let's find out. Let us find out, because I have Hardy Har. Oh, I don't have that though, so it won't be that. Damn. Okay, it's gonna be a wrench, which is in here somewhere. There we are. Wrench and Torx. It's probably one of these guys over here. 40, 45. Okay. See if one of these is it. What do you know? It's a 40. Alright, where's my... What did I do with the ratchetly ratchet? It's over here. Over here. Over here, over there, there's something in my underwear. Probably the other way. Yes. Right? Probably. That seems to be working. Okay. I don't have to take the torch to it. Happy day. Well, I don't know that yet. We're not there. We're not all the way out yet. I am going to get my handy dandy rust dissolverator. I can figure out what I did with it. Brake fluid can work sometimes too. Brake fluid is hygroscopic. Means it will absorb moisture. And it's also, I don't remember the other property. There's another property of brake fluid that means it can help with corrosion sometimes, in some cases. I don't remember what those cases are though. What the heck did I put? What the heck did I do with it? I was going to get my rust dissolverator. I don't know where the heck my rust dissolverator went. Oh, rust dissolverator. Where did you go? Where did you go? What the? I could have sworn I put it in the freaking cabinet over here. I thought I put it in the cabinet, but I don't see it in the cabinet. Lose my damn mind. Not up there. I should put that up there. No reason for both of those. There's no reason for both of those to be in there. Oh, boo boob boob. Booba doob. Booba gooba loob. Flooba dooba dooba shooba dooba doob. Okay. Okay. I already have power steering fluid. Son of a biscuit eating bulldog. What? Why can I not find? This is why working on cars takes so long. Right here. Trying to find that thing you just had. Like, I moved it 2-3 days ago when I was cleaning up the garage. A little bit. After I pulled the Civic out, before I pulled the fat Jetta in. Crap spackle. This is gonna make this job take a little bit longer. Can't find this damn thing. I don't know, guy. Wouldn't be in there. Don't tell me I stuck it in here. No way. I would not have ever taken it in there. Because that's household cleaning stuff. This is not a household cleaning stuff. This is a car rust unerator. Unrust car aerator? Carburetor. It's a carburetor, yes. Tell me, man, I'm going mad. Freaking cuckoo. I'm loco for Moco Puffs. It's not copyright. It's a completely different thing. What the? Oh. Starting to get kind of, well, slightly irritated. Starting to get slightly irritated. I swear I stuck it up in here. Where did I put it in this freaking cabinet? It's my chemical cabinet. I stuck it in the chemical cabinet. Promise I did. So why is it not in the chemical cabinet? Okay. What in the Lingle? Well, now the stream has turned from working on car stuff. It's already 1300, which means I'm not getting the thing up there today. It'll be tomorrow, probably midday. It's gonna take me like 2 hours to figure out what the heck I did with that freaking bottle. I don't know why it's not in that cabinet. Absolutely be in that cabinet. Yeah. Another thing that damn electrician did, I told him a specific orientation to put the 240 plug, because 240 plugs on welders face a specific way. What did he do? Upside down. He didn't even put all the screws in the freaking cover. So I don't trust people to do stuff you can do yourself, because they are going to do it wrong. Simple as that. Don't trust other people to do your stuff. They will screw it up. I need that bottle. I cannot continue without that mixture. I mean, I have stuff to mix it again, but I don't have a bottle to spray it with. That's what the bottle that I had was for. I have no method of application. I can't believe it's not, it was on this shelf, it was right here. My spray bottle of rust dissolverator, would you? ETF and acetone. I had it. Where I put it in the. Hoping you guys grabbed it for something or another and got to mention it. It's in a freaking chemical cabinet. Yeah. He did the other side of the road at like 10. Yeah, so he went down the other side and then disappeared and then came back around noonish. So, I don't know, does it take 2 hours to drive the dump, turn back around?
I'm afraid no, he probably went through the rest of one side of the street.
Right.
Nope, I don't know where your bottle is.
Kind of pissed me off because I just had it. Like it was on the welding bench. Well, and I stuff up and I put it in the. I'm gonna see it when I found it. Like I'm gonna open up the street, call me, be like, hey, I found it. I know you like that. I'm in your head. I feel you, bro. All right. Well, I figured I'd ask anyway. I didn't figure you guys would think. Probably. Yeah, all right. Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, that was a long shot. Why the hell? Like, where could it have gone? Seriously. Can't do anything without it. I wonder. I'll be right back. I can't find it. I know for a fact that that nut's not going to come off in its current state. I need to find that bottle. Where the f could it have gone? It irritates the crap out of me, actually. Like, genuinely, actual irritation. What the Yeah, the stream has become nothing now. Might as well just end it. End it all. All the electrons. Stop them. Okay, Light, you are constantly in the way. I don't know if you know that. Exactly where I said it was, but in the back, not the front. So because I thought I remembered putting it in the front of the shelf, apparently I'm too dumb to move all of the things and check behind. Ugh. I don't know, maybe I'll get done with this when it's dark. I'll just go up. Night when it's dark, because I do need to drive the Civic at night, but I want to drive back from Idaho in the light, because I want to do some aerodynamics tests. A little bit more. We're not doing that, I guess. If this guy snaps, or if I have to cut him off to get him out, I'll have to buy new ones and replace them. Getting tighter and tighter. Still turning though. I'm pretty sure it's a nylock nut. I remember doing one of these that was rusty before, and the thing just wouldn't turn at all. And yeah, then once you get past the nylock, it just turns easy peasy. So it's weird because nylock appears to stick really well to rust. Like it makes it a lot harder to get out. on floor now. All right, that was easy enough. Now we need to pull these guys, for which I will need scockets. Check these. What size? What size? What size? Not that size. That size. That size? Not that size. Don't get ooey gooey all over the customer's car. Can I fit Ugga Dugga? Yes, I can. Sweet. Ugga Dugga 1. Ugga Dugga 2. They don't appear to be roly slidey boys, which is slightly surprising to me. Well, we also want to get a handy dandy dead blow here. We're going to put a little bit of anti-seize in these bolts whenever we go to put them back in. Alright. Since it is a tapered head, you can give them a little thump with the metal hammer. Yeah, those are not swirly swirly boys. Fixed camber. Okay, sure. Okay. Where did I put little ratchet? Little ratchet. Ratchet, there he is. Hello, little ratchet. And of course, music stopped. Nobody tells me these things. I will say I do like the fact that the sway bar end link mounts to the strut assembly as opposed to the control arm, because that means you have to take it off to get the strut out anyway, and you're not fighting the sway bar to get the strut out, which is good. There you go, easy peasy. Now I pull these guys. I'm going to pull the harder to get to ones first. Makes things a little bit easier. Also, Chrysler, this era, was using safety connectors or security connectors, whatever you want to call them. They all have these little red clips that prevent the connector from coming apart under vibrational stresses, which, yeah, okay, you don't want connectors coming off while you're driving down the road. I get it. If you used a connector that was designed for automotive use in the first place, that was designed to deal with vibrational stresses, you wouldn't have to redesign a connector or design a connector that has an extra safety device installed. There's no need. I have never seen a connector in a Honda or a Toyota come off while just driving down the road without the connector being damaged or broken in some way. Which, same thing happens with these. If it's damaged or broken in some way, it can come off. At which point you can just replace the connector. Look at that. Look at that, look at that. Easy peasy. Struts are easy and peasy. I don't know which of these is which. Oh, comes with new mounting bolts and everything. Sweet. Yeah, that's identical. It's gonna be this guy. I think that's the one. The other one looked like. Springs are smaller diameter. And thinner, but there's more coils. Yep, it's that one. This one faces the opposite direction. All right. Driver's side. Oh, look at that. Whoever designed these could be bothered to use flanged nuts instead of a washer. They use the correct part for the aftermarket replacement. How about that? Unlike the parts for Hondas. So they'll design aftermarket replacements correctly for American vehicles, but they won't do it for foreign vehicles? Huh. Seems a bit sneaky suspicious to me. Yeah, looks right. for a second. Really weird. Of course, this stud is way too long on this one, for whatever reason. The stud on the OEM cap, all the studs on the OEM cap are the same length. Studs on the aftermarket one are different lengths. There's one longer stud. I'm gonna look up part numbers real quick. We're going to just kind of double check that what I'm seeing is the correct thing. I also want to get the van done today because I don't want the V-dub sitting outside all night. Oh, 06 Chrysler, Town and Country, doesn't matter. Alright, so you have 19 and 20. Okay, so the one I put there is 20. 20 should be front. Yep, that's what it says. 20 is front, 19 is right. Okay. Discount double check. Ain't no harm in discount double check. I mean, they're angled. The caps are angled, so if it was the wrong one, it wouldn't be sitting right underneath. But I've learned my lessons. Always discount double check. Never know. Not often my instincts and knee-jerk reactions are wrong. At the end of the day, I'm kind of brilliant. I don't know if anybody knows that or not. Anybody that knows me well enough knows that. I tell them. I'll tell people I'm brilliant all the time. Ain't no harm in talking the truth, right? I'm gonna give you a drink. I'll be right back. Right back. Alright, passenger strut time. Well, I gotta finish putting the driver strut back in. We're not moving the passenger strut yet. Little tiny bit of anti-seize. Give it a little bit of a shake and a little bit of a stir. carport this house. Garage plus carport. Yeah, buddy. Just the teensy tiniest little bit. Uh-oh. Oh, I did that. There we go. Same thing here. Tiniest little bit. That was actually faster and easier than I anticipated it. These are safe to ugga dugga. You not want these coming off when you're going down the road. That would be a bad time for everybody. Okay. Put our sway bar end link back in. It is a little bit worn, but it's fine. You know, sitting in the freaking sun. Hate sitting in the freaking sun. See? I lock. Okay though. There we go. Look at that. Same lamp. Sweet. Other side is done. Okay. It's burnt into the rotor. Here. Okay. The ABS wire back on real quick. Not flopping around getting destroyed. Not going to put the wheels back on until after I do the brake flush. Okay. Just pick up the stuff and go to the other side. I like how easy these struts are. Most of this vehicle is pretty easy to work on. They always were. Whenever these came in, never really had a big issue with working on them. Because they're not all that hard to deal with. They're pretty easy. Pretty easy. Which I like. Some things are dumb. Like the cowl that sits over top of the engine. That's not a great idea. But at the end of the day, honestly, pretty easy to deal with. Oh. That's what that noise is. Sway bar end link is not even attached. Loose. Someone went to take it out or put it on, never quite got there. This one I might have to cut off and replace, which is going to make this job take longer. Well then, it broke the tool. Nice. Well, I did just kind of pound it in there, didn't I? Okay. Thinking to myself, why do I have oil all over my hands? Well, it's all over the wrench, dummy. Yes. That's not friendly. Okay. This might be a problem. This could be a problem. Now I can get the sway bar end link separated by just cutting the link. My problem with that is I then still have to get it out of the sway bar. Attached to the strut, it doesn't matter. Who cares? The strut's going away, we're getting a new one. The bit that's attached to the sway bar, I have to be able to get off. That is kind of what I'm working on right now. Moving. Degrees at a time. I guess 30 degrees at a time. It's 112.2 worth. Nice. Figure out how to get it out of the sway bar now. Ryan from Sal's. I need the price and availability for a sway bar inlet. 06 Town and Country. Front. first design be more expensive? The other ones were like 18. Have sealed? Have sealed? Factory ones are sealed. Why would you part with them? Look at that rust belt. There ain't no set it off. I wonder if you could send me just one of the cheap. Yeah, like 2 blocks away. Redneck. Like redneck and then apostrophe D. I get in here doing the struts, and driver's side not too big an issue. Comes off. Got to put a little bit of rust killer on it. Comes off pretty easy. Passenger side, stick the tool in it, snap the tool straight off, and I noticed that somebody's been in here before me, and they never tightened the sway bar link down to the strut, so it's just been rattling around. Redneck. Alright, I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, now we gotta get this damn thing out of here. Gotta figure out how to get this thing. Take this off. This ABS wire out of the way because it's kind of in the way. I'm afraid I'm going to hit the wire, damage it, which not an enormously huge deal because this is the sensor side, so you just replace the sensor. If I did damage it, that would fix the problem. But you don't have to damage it. If you can pull something off and you don't have to damage something else trying to do part of the job, usually the better way to go about it. You know, that whole work harder, not smarter thing? Pick him kind of down out of the way over here to be able to he's kind of loose. Okay. He's kind of loose, but he ain't coming out yet for some reason. Huh. Interesting. It's loose, but it ain't coming out. I don't know why. What the heck? go. Woo! Now pull these guys. Which I don't have enough room to do with the Ugga Dugga. We're gonna get the ratchet hatchet on it. Yes, I could turn the wheel and make it a little bit easier on myself, and I could Ugga Dugga it all the way out. Then I gotta turn the strut, and then I gotta make sure it goes back in, turned the same way, because turning it once it's in the body is kind of weird. It seems easier to do it this way. Oily, all over the place. I am. Sweet. Is that my parts? It's not my parts. Dink, dink, fling. Come here. Come here, you. Sweet. It's actually not so much sweet as it is shibby. It's definitely a shibby. Shibby. I'm gonna wash all my rags soon. My bucket's getting full. The dirty bucket's getting full. What? That's how they built this? I never noticed that before. The A-pillar is actually not installed in conjunction with the fender. It's installed behind the fender. No way. That's weird. One bolt. It's really weird to get to. I have little girly hands. I don't have little girly hands. I have big bear man hands. Luckily the new one's all smooth. Goes on all pretty nice like. Passenger side easier. Come here, you. Come here, you. Ha. Bam.
Howdy. Having fun?
Yeah, that's one word for it. Oh, be sideways.
Ryan?
That's me. Yeah,
Gotcha.
this is the state that it was in when I found it.
Wow.
Not even installed.
Wow.
Luckily, that thing came off no problem. So, stick the one guy on there for now. I'll let the customer know. Good to go. Thank you.
Okay.
Ugh. Yeah, look at that. Research. Original part was sealed. Although, updated design. You have a nut there so that you can grab that when this gets rusty and you can spin it. And instead of a nylock, flanged, serrated, or serrated flanged, I guess is the order in which you would say that. I much prefer serrated flange nuts. In order of usefulness and in order of I guess it depends on which side I want the Zerk to be on, huh? In order of usefulness and in order of quality of connection, serrated, flanged nut and bolt heads are number 2 in my book. Number 1 being the lock mechanism that I can't actually remember its name. But it's where you knurl the top of the nut, and this is only for nuts. You knurl the end of the nut that's away from the bolt, and it provides a friction lock, metal on metal. Similar to nylock, but better. Yeah, we want it facing that way. We definitely want it facing that way. Oh, I then need to find a wrenchity wrench. Not sure what size that was. We'll grab 15, 16, and 17. Oh! Ah yes, 15. Because everybody uses 15. Everything they do is 15, right? Not being very entertaining right now, am I? My apologies. I think the monster's kind of caffeine's leaving the system and I'm crashing. I think that's what it is. Because I feel more melancholy, I guess you could say, than I did an hour ago. Of course, when something irritates me, I also tend to get a little bit more quiet and introspective. Man. Butterfingers, dropping on the floor. There we go. Look at that, look at that. I feel like Ray Stevens. Look at that, look at that. Yeah, there you go. This is the condition that I found this thing in. That's what I broke the tool off in. Which is why I gave the PO number Rednecked. Somebody been in there before me and they done rednecked it. That's what I call it whenever something's not done correctly. Rednecked. If you can't be bothered, do the job correctly, gotta be a redneck. Which I guess is kind of unfair to rednecks. Not all rednecks fail to complete jobs correctly. I mean, case in point, I'm a redneck. It's just this one weird stud that's longer than the others. I don't understand that. Maybe there's another vehicle that the same strut goes on, but it does have a longer strut. Huh. There's two of those cars on this road. Same color and everything. From Mazda 3. That kind of, I don't know if it's blue or purple. It's a dark blue or purple color. I saw it coming down, or I heard it coming down the road, and I look over, and I see it, and I'm like, how is he going that fast so soon? Thinking it's my neighbor man, because they have kind of a sloped driveway, which I guess they're all sloped, but his is built up higher than the rest of the driveways in the, like his house is up on a high pad for some reason. It's kind of strange. But anyway, they always back out, and when they back out, they're, I don't know, just in front of the next door neighbor's driveway. And the guy that came and passed here is going like, I don't know, 20, 25-ish. I was like, there's no way he got to 25 in 2 car lengths. I didn't hear the engine just screaming. apparently another the same exact car down the road. Interesting. Bitty interesting. Okay. Spidey, no web making. Spidey, no spiding. Whatever that means. See, it's hard enough to turn as it is. Got a pry bar over here somewhere. Bam, some lamps. I bam that lamp. And a lamp. Ramble Jam. Not that guy. This guy. Yeah, the factory solution had a Torx hole at the end of the stud that comes out of the sway bar inlet. And in my experience, those are never good. They don't work great. You either A, break the tool like I did, B, round out the Torx hole and still can't get the part off, or C, don't deal with it. The V-dub struts have the same thing, where it was a Torx on the top with a nut. I mean, stamping a shape into the end of a shaft is not a good idea anyway. It just weakens the end of the shaft. So when you do try to go deal with it, I've seen the shafts snap also with that method. I do appreciate engineers in those situations trying to think of the people that have to work on them in the future. I appreciate the sentiment. It's one of those, oh, isn't that nice? But it's wrong, you know, which is totally a misquote. But it's fine. Fine, it's fine. This tab is slightly bent. There we go. Happens in shipping sometimes. Come on. Still slightly bent. Like that. There we go. Hole won't line up. There we go. It were nae cooperating. Huh. Thing sits at a slightly different angle than the factory one. Putting pressure on the ABS wire. So what we can do, bend them just a little bit, take some of the pressure off the ABS wire. Yep. Slippery, slippery hands. I hate slippery, slippery hands. A little bit like that. A little bit too far. Okay, now put some tiny bit anti-seize on these bolts, just like we did with the last ones. Just the teensiest little amount. Just want little tiny skin. Come on. Him's no wants to move. There we go. Okay. Give him a little thunk. And give him a little thunk. Oh, that's not a little thunk. And again, just the tiniest little amount. I think the customer's going to be very happy that that sound is ceased and desisted. There we go. Kind of like that. Oh man. Maybe I'm lightheaded because I ain't it yet. Really need to stop doing that. Jesus. Come on. What? Bad. Not go to work because you're off or because you're sick? I wonder if you didn't be able to. Need to walk around on my 2 feet, and I need. Oh. Yeah, I know.
Why?
Because I'm gonna need it. It'll be, I don't know, because I'm getting done with the struts right now, and I have to grease that. And I'm gonna do the EGR valve. That's 20 minutes. Spark plugs are gonna take me like an hour and a half. Do like 2 hours before I start getting into the fluids. I think I want to do the brakes first, kind of while there's still a little bit of light out. It'll be a little bit, but also I wonder. The reason I called instead of texted is a text can wait 2 hours. Is there anything that's like DoorDash or what, like delivery stuff that's like cheap by the time you get done with it? It was like, so is it about $30 for the full-grown human? So I wonder, how would you feel about going lots? Sitting here talking to the stream, and I'm like, I'm feeling kind of lightheaded and lethargic. I wonder why. Oh yeah, because all I've had today is a bagel at 0800.
Day off. That's my only day off, technically. This fucking Sunday.
I mean, you can't tell them you need 2 consecutive days. It's fine. I'm just seeing if you were up for going anywhere. If not, then I'm not gonna hound anybody. My digital file is just skipping like a CD. I think because the CD I ripped it from, it skips. But yeah, the primary reason, how would you feel about in a few hours coming out and giving me a foot, or commanding the other to give me a foot? I would appreciate it. It's gonna be a little bit because I want to do all the dry stuff before I do wet stuff, and I'm crawling underneath and wet stuff. So. Is there anything? Does DoorDash? Often as I use it though, like once a month, just bug you guys. I don't use it all that often. Well, me, I can't stand accounts. It's not too good, it's lazy. Other people are less lazy than I am. I think I asked that before though, if you could put in like a custom card or if it just uses. Up. Panel in the wheel well it says up. Anyway, back to your day off. Sure. Looks like a screwdriver, right? that's the pizza. The cheesy bread is ICB. Italian cheesy bread. I don't like saying those names. They're stupid, I think. Or they're like, what? This guy. Put in a custom card. Yeah. What do you get? 30. Oh, wet foot stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Wow. That grease zerk is terrible. And every time you grease a grease zerk, clean it off. Leave the stuff on there. Do not leave excess grease hanging out around your zerks. Greasers suck. Come on. Yes. About to blow the pressure valve of the damn thing. Need a new rag. Covered in grease. That looks like a 9.2. What did I do with that 9 millimeter? Did I have the 9 millimeter over here? Where did I put the 9 millimeter? Hey, chat. Chat. Hey, chat. Where did I put the 9 millimeter? Hill emitter. Oh, not 9 millimeter. 3/8. There's a 3/8. Where did I put the 3/8? Right there. right in front of my face. Same thing. Crunchy, crunchy bleeder valves. This one's still got the cap on it. This must be a new caliper then. That broke loose pretty easy. Pretty easy. No. Oh, someone bent the crap out of this ABS bracket though. Rednecked. You gotta bend it out of the way. Bend it a little bit. Don't bend it a lot. Okay, that's done. Next thing I want to do is the plugs. That's what we're going to do. What is the plug at? Plug at, emission sticker. Wait. Okay, I got you. This is a California emissions car. Nice. Not nice, that other word. Dumb. Alright, 050 spark plug gap. I also need dielectric grease. Do I have? Copper anti-seize. It is leaking like a mofo. I need a storage container for these little tubes. These guys. I need some kind of storage container that holds them upright. This would be just like a little bin, like a toothbrush holder type of thing, or a pen cup. I got a good one for you. Spell I cup. Doesn't really work in chat. Oh. Alright. Keep walking right past the bag of where the spark plugs are, not grabbing the spark plugs. It's V6. We need 8 spark plugs. Quick maths. Okay. Spark plug gap tool. Magnet. Gap tool. Spark plug socket. Couple of different extensions. And lay ratcheto. Ratcheto. I leave it on the other side. I left it on the other side. Okay. It's okay. Not like that. one. There's two. And there's a third. Yeah, it looks like it's been a little bit since they were changed. Owner said she ain't changed them since she's owned the vehicle. Boy. This is a problem. This is a bit of a problem. Because they won't break loose. That's a serious problem. Oh, jeez. Luckily, it was just that first one that was really, really hard. I might pretty sure I gotta move the alternator. I gotta move the alternator to the EGR valve. Lovely. That's fine, it's not too hard. Take a look at these plugs. What kind of shape they're in. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Woo-hoo. 0.073 gap. I'm surprised this thing was running without a misfire. Tell you what, you're gonna notice an increase in performance and fuel economy. Spark plugs this bad. Looks like it's running slightly lean. Not 100% certain if these run that way anyway. I don't, it's American. I highly doubt it's a lean burn engine. It's American from '06, which means it's an American engine from 2000, 2002, somewhere in there. I highly, highly doubt this is a lean burn engine. That is kind of lean. Oh, 50. The teensiest little bit of anti-seize. threads. Feelings, nothing more than feelings. Teensy tiniest amount. Okay, so when I say teensiest tiniest amount, here's what we're talking about. Just the teensiest tiniest amount, because bigger version. When you put this in, all that's going to get pushed up the threads as you're threading it in, because threads are meant to be interference connections. That's how threads work, right? The connection interferes. They mate with each other in such a way that there's little to no gap. No gap would mean that it's very hard to thread. It would require some force to thread if there was no gap. Which is why you put a bolt in, you thread it halfway, you can still wiggle it just the teeniest, tiniest little amount. The better the quality of the bolt and the tap and the die, the manufacturing process, the tighter that connection will be. But you never want it. You never want it zero. Whatever measurement interfere. You don't want an interference fit. That's a bit small. That was too much. Still too much. Still too much. Still too much. I'm doing spark plug gap. Tiny, tiny, tiny little motions. Itty bitty bitty. It was 4.7. I wanted 4.9 or 5.0. There we go. And the point at which you're measuring the gap is the point at which it begins to drag. Not where it's tight, like where you roll over and it's snug and you're applying pressure. Do not ever apply pressure to the electrode. Can and or will damage the surface, and if they have a coating like these, platinums or iridiums, you can damage that coating. Reduces the efficacy of the spark plug. These are also friction fit. They're not, they don't have crush washers, which is sad. Crush washers are the better securement method. You know, I wonder if the Civic is running that tiny little bit smoother. It's just that tiny little bit because I clocked the spark plugs. Because the flame front is now expanding in the same direction at the same rate across all the cylinders equally. I wonder if if there's enough of an effect there that the operator, the driver, can notice it. Given that they are attuned to their machine and all its little nuances. Because I swear the idle seems smoother, which is weird. I don't feel like it should have affected the idle that much. And it's entirely possible that those iridiums I had were fouled. And I've just been driving around on fouled plugs this whole time. That could explain my fuel mileage too, actually. Performance feels about the same. I don't feel like there's any more power or less power than there was previously. But it's just, the idle is just a teeny bit more smooth and reliable And I didn't really change that much in the idle tuning in Neptune. And I did it after I did the plugs, and I already kind of thought to myself, this feels a tiny bit smoother. Alright. Now, I'm going to grab the ladder. I can step up, see if I can't reach these guys from the top. Oh yeah. I can definitely do those from the top. Nice. Shimmy. Oh. It was on the ground. I would probably be able to do it without the ladder. But I wanted to do the struts first, so here we are. There's nowhere to put my knee. Oh no. That's not comfortable at all. Means I'm gonna have to stand over this thing. Uh-oh. There we go. Also, especially on blind backsides, always organize your wires as you pull them off. That one felt not good. Oh, I have a feeling that one just tore. Yep. Damn it. Means we need plug wires. Ignition wires. See, that one's got some meat left on them. I'm going to see if I can't rebuild them. I've got a tool over there somewhere, I think, specifically for ignition wires. See if I can't find it. It was not over torqued. That's good. course, it's one of those ones that it wants to be crunchy all the way out. Gotta love those. Of course, these are long spark plugs. Means it takes forever to get them out. And this kind of thing, why sometimes plastic stuff gets broken that's nowhere near where you're working. $72. Nice. Leaning over that corner is quite irritating. Doing this, I have a feeling the ladder's going to slide out from under me. But we'll find out if I'm fat enough. And actually, these two, I should be able to reach without the ladder. It was just that one, honestly. Oh, they both of these corner ones came loose. Oh, lovely. This one's not fighting me all the way out, though. I will say, of all the engines they stuck in here, this is the second easiest one to work on. Easiest one, obviously, would be the 2.4 liter Mitsubishi engine. They stuck in this guy for 15 years, honestly. Now for the easy one. What's there?
Where should I just go?
Tell me those. Anyway. This one is going to fight me all the way out. Okay, maybe not all the way, This is the point where I'd like to have Logitech and a long cable. I could stick it up here in the engine bay. Show you guys. Right in the bag. Pow, right in the kisser. These are a bit annoying to get to. Check the gap on all three. So you just grab them and go. Amalan. 0.050. Fiddly smooch. Oh, gonna do the hard one first. It didn't even need the magnet, funnily enough. Hello? Didn't bite me all the way out, which means the hole in the head's a bit crunchy, which is not a good thing. Means there's a high possibility some moisture got in there at some point and was allowed to sit. What?
Oh,
Yeah. But it's going in now, so not super crunchy, it's just slightly crunchy. Not crunchy, it's smooth. It's draggy. Requires some amount of force to actually turn. Okay. That was a hard one. The other two are substantially easier. And doing jobs like this, working on cars, working on machinery in general, it's a very good thing if the way that your brain works, you can kind of shut your eyes off and see with your fingers. I don't know how much of it is a learned trait, how much of it is a natural talent. But being able to see with your fingers is a very, very good, helpful ability doing jobs like these. Specifically, transverse V engines where spark plugs are in an area where you can't put your eyeballs. And with that other wire broken, there's not enough meat on it. Really? So I'm just gonna have to corner them. Yeah, and these are, because they're friction, it is turn it until it's tight by fingers, and then a 1/16 of a turn, which is not a lot. It's very, very little. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to eat a little bit, and I'll call Joe Riley's and have them deliver the wires. Anybody that's interested, you want to know why working on cars doesn't pay the greatest, but why it pays better than flipping burgers or anything else? I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Yes. So, I don't know if you can see that. All those red marks from leaning on sharp metal bits and sharp plastic bits. That's kind of why you abuse your body. Get it done. And there's no alternative. It's not like you can just say, "Well, I'm not gonna lay across that sharp pokey bit today." Say that, but you'll be out of a job pretty quick. Tell you what, I really shouldn't. It's gonna be not great for my heart. I'm gonna grab the other monster. Oh, I forgot to get garlic. Next time my roommate goes to the store, well, if she's going to the store today or tomorrow, I'll see if I can't tag along. Go grab some garlic. If not, I'll just have to make spaghetti without it. It's actually not spaghetti. It's angel hair and red meat sauce. It is, most people would look at it and call it spaghetti. Next thing is EGR. EGR means alternator's got to move. That means belt's got to come off. Feels like a half inch. I don't think that'll fit. I don't know. Let's find out. Nope. Alright, that's okay. I've got a tool. I've got a tool somewhere. Let's see if I can't find my tool. Got your tool right here. Got your tool hanging. First, I put my flashlight away immediately before I need it. Alright, I need to be down just a smooch. Which means I think I need the other bar. Find the other bar. This bar has that star pattern, which means I can put it at a funny angle. Oh, and it's a half incher too. I forgot, Mr. B. Go away, please. actually just leave that right there. Sweet! Or shimmy! Whichever you prefer. Of course. Wrench it is. It's a 14 mil, and I have no idea where my short socket 14 went. It's not a 14, actually. 15, I guess. Okay. Why not? I have 15 deep socket. I also don't know where my 16 deep socket went. It wasn't that long ago that I had it. Only been like a week or two since I can't find it. That was easy. I have to loosen the other bolt. eyeballs. I can probably crawl underneath and see this bolt clearly. Why do that when I can reach it quite easily? Well, up top here. How you doing? How the kids? Got a third bolt. Oh, yeah, there is. This is one of those guys. And true to their nature. True to their nature. Chrysler, every time I touch one, cuts me. Every single time, without fail. I have never worked on a single Chrysler vehicle that did not cut me. This guy is actually going to be a wrench. The wrench that's on the floor over here. There we go. There we are. I remember these. They're not hard, they're just slightly annoying. Because there's a third bolt in the back over here. Holds it laterally. And the problem with these guys is the AC line is directly in the way of where you need to stick a socket. So it's wrench only. I think, therefore I poo. What? I have. I don't think I have a 15, what you call it, ratcheting wrench. Means I've been doing this for about 4, minus the 40 minutes I spent looking for the bottles, so 3.5. That's enough. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Really short. rest assured, I'd be walking over top of the rims. These rims weren't screwed up already. This is the easy part. Also kind of the dumb part, because the way they secured this pipe to the intake is with wood screws, effectively. I understand securement to plastic is different than securement to metal. I get it, I do. But that doesn't mean I don't think there isn't a better way. Because I know for a fact that there's a better way. What? Just in case. We're not going to throw that on the floor quite yet. There's a bunch of Gurp Gork in there. We're going to stick him. We're going to stick him in our little shoky bucket. Yeah, it's a bit obstructed. We're going to grab our soaky bucket over here. It's too big to just soak straight. We're going to put our soaky bucket over here on the benchy bench. Drop one end of it in there. Yeah. Like that. Do like that. Just be. Yeah. We're going to spray that. That connector is crunchy. Oh yeah, we can do that. We ain't got to pull the alternator all the way out. Got to loosen it enough out of the way. I need another extension. Don't have any more? Oh, this guy. There we are. Don't need you on. There we go. Now, I'm just going to do a little decorating here. And it's leaking a little bit. Grab our Ridley replacement here and Ridley verify the right one. Not sure how this box is supposed to open, being honest. Right there. There's a line. There we go. Alright, so we don't get the intake manifold gasket. Fine, I guess. Yep, no leak. Okay. Yeah, he's just carboned up. A little bit leaky because of it. Valve doesn't close all the way, which is fine. It happens. Not 100% unusual. Thing's got 190,000 miles on it. Every single way you put the gasket, it fits the same way. Good. I factually, I'm gonna take the wire brush to the side of that head there. Wire brush is over here. Where am I going? Where am I going? I don't know. You don't know? Alright. That was easy. Easy peasy. Now I need a rag over here somewhere. It appears as though there's some oil in the track, though. That's not really a good sign. I'm not going to say it's a really bad sign. Merely lightly concerning. why would there be oil in the EGR tract, the exhaust tract? My hope is that it's oil vapor return from the breather system into the intake tract, and when the EGR is supposed to be closed, it's actually vacuum, it's backflowing, sucking some of that oil vapor up into the pipe. That's my hope. Because what it looks like, at first glance, the oil residue is on one end of the pipe and not the other end of the pipe. I wish I had pipe cleaners. So oil residue at the one end of the pipe could simply be an indicator that the EGR is stuck and we're getting backflow up into the head end of the pipe. I guess from the EGR's perspective, this is the tail end of the pipe, because it's the intake side, not the exhaust side. So the fact that there's oil residue at this intake end tells me it has been sticky for some time. Yeah, I really wish I had some long pipe cleaners. Long pipe cleaners would do wonders. So we're going to clean this off best we can with the tools that we have. Yeah, that's not carbon, that's oil. Soft. Some of it's carbon. There's chunkies, crunchies in there. We're just going to spray it out with brake cleaner. Also, every time you buy a can that has a straw, we'll get you a little, what are they called? Igloo cups? You know, little red plastic cups that are just like everywhere. People use them for drinking games and everything. Get you one of them. And every time you have cans that have nozzles, and you're done with the can, pull the nozzle, stick it in the cup. Never know when you're going to lose a nozzle and you need new nozzle. Okay. Well, it's not that dirty coming out, which means we probably got most of the oil out of it. All that's left is carbon. I'm going to blow in the pipe, and my smart self inhales first. Oh, that's a new one, actually. I've drank gas, I've inhaled gas, I've drank brake cleaner, I've inhaled brake cleaner, I've laid in brake cleaner, I've laid in gas, I've laid in ATF, I've drank ATF, I've breathed vaporized ATF, same with engine oil, all of the above, coolant, all of the above, inhaled B12 Kim tool, straight up. No, I've never shotgunned B12 Kim tool. I can now claim that that is an experience I have experienced. So inhale here. That's free flow. That's good, that's what we want. Okay. Now we can put the valve on. What's that box? Put the bad valve in the box. I always ask customers if they want the old parts for one reason or another. Usually, mostly as a joke. You never know. You know, maybe they want to. Maybe it's cool and they just want to see the thing, right? You don't know. So I always ask, and then they're like, "Why would I want it? It's broken." I'm like, "I don't know, man. Stick it on the mantle above the fireplace. Keep it as a souvenir. Nifty, right? It's neat. It's interesting. It's a conversation starter. People come over to your house. Hey, man, what's that? Oh, you know, that's an EGR valve we got up there. We got him in the summer of '06. Took 4 of us to bring him down. I am hysterical. I am absolutely hysterical. I am so hysterical, you can't even believe it. All started. That was started. Alright. Now you get one of them there hair right tonight, right hand on play here. We're gonna plug it on the thing there and we're gonna zoop zoop. Yeehaw. Yeehaw and flea haw. MLS gasket. Or, sorry, SLS gasket. Single layer steel. I don't know why I said MLS. MLS is multi-layer steel. It's an SLS gasket with a little ridge. And these are single-use gaskets. You crush it, that's it. It's done. So, you put it on here, bam, torque it down just a little bit. We can tell we got caffeines, yeah buddy. Got me all caffeinated up and then going just zip zip hunt out my lighter. Don't even know what I'm saying. We do not want B12 chem tool stuck in this sleeve dripping down across the plastic intake, because B12 chem tool, amazing stuff, not good for plastics or rubbers or latexes or nylons or really much of anything. Fine for metal, great for metal, cleans metal. I mean, it does exactly what you want it to do. Right? It eats everything. That's kind of why you use it in the first place, right? Okay. Put my nozzle, see? Empty can. Grab the nozzle, stick the nozzle over here in my cup. Got a cup full of nozzles. I mean, it's not full. I got, 10 or 15 of them there. At one point, some years ago, when I first started doing that, I had, because we were working on cars full time, and we had a shop, that's what we were doing. I had a cup a little bit smaller than that, the nozzle stuck out the top. a little bit. They're like 10 millimeters or so. And I had that thing jam-packed. And I have no idea what happened to it. Just appeared it one day. Really? I'm gonna play, put it in the whole hopscotch here. My face, you know my heart. You know no place like it. Now this appears to be a graphite gasket with paper backing. I'm not entirely certain the purpose of the paper backing on these, but I see these a bit on exhaust gaskets. Graphite gaskets, love them. Like they're like multi-layered perforated steel. Maybe it's aluminum. They bend really easily, so it might be aluminum. But really thin sheet of metal with a graphite composite core. I don't know exactly what the core is made of. I should look it up. But technically they're single-use gaskets. They're not multi-use gaskets. But if you put it on and you only have 1 or 2 heat cycles on it, you many times can put that same gasket back on. But I like them because they're very good. That type of gasket material is very good at ignoring machining errors in your seal surfaces. So if you have, like if you go and you look at specifically the late 90s, early 2000s Ford heads and the process they used to mill the heads flat in the factory, they did it wrong. Go figure. The surface was not smooth enough. There were ridges from the machining head. It went too fast across the heads as they were manufacturing them. So it left grooves across the surface of the heads. And they would seal on initial installation the first time, but after 2 or 3 years, not that long, the MLS gaskets they were using would begin to leak. Right? And I think they were MLS gaskets. But the late 90s, early 2000s Fords, specifically the 4.0 and 5.0s, had an issue where they would leak coolant outside the heads. I know this because my late wife's 98 Explorer was one of these affected. And I did some research and found all this stuff out. There was some error in manufacturing, blah, blah, blah. They can't have been MLS gaskets. They had to have been standard, I believe, graphite head gaskets. But they were milled incorrectly is what it was. And so there were, either there were waves, like the head was effectively warped essentially, or there were big grooves in the surface. I'm pretty sure it was the head was going too fast. The cutting head was going too fast across the surfaces of the heads, so they were grooved, which is fine for a first or a second pass when you're trying to mill the surface flat from a cast. That's fine because you have to go down through quite a bit of material to make it flat. But for a final pass, you want that real slow, real smooth, mirror finish almost on your block deck and your cylinder head mating surfaces. And Fords weren't that. They were too rough. So they were leaking. And I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to wash my hands and go to the bathroom. Back in a moment. Hate these ones that creep up on you. I is a back. I be back. Okay? Brake cleaner. I be back. Alright. PGR valve, almost done. Those are tight. Let's do this. And we gotta put the alternator back in. I'm going to do the coolant last. I'll do the power steering first. I'll suck the power steering and the brake fluid out. Dump them in the bin there. Probably get the solid stuff out of the bin. Throw them over there, kinda. Both of these bolts. All Joe Riley's. Brian from Saddles again. Last time today, I promise. I need, I guess, availability of tires for 06 Town and Country. Awesome, thank you. If I start doing business regularly, they're gonna get tired of me. Okay. I need that 15. Yeah, something else I've never quite liked. Oh, that's not good. Something else I've never quite liked. Bolts with integrated washers. Not flanged head bolts, but bolts with integrated washers. I've always thought that was a really dumb idea. Again, I understand the design philosophy and the physical characteristics of a ratchet on the ground. of the attachment mechanism. I understand it. I do. I get it. Just because I understand it doesn't mean I have to like it. I understand the necessity for flies as a species. You're gonna have to like them. I understand the necessity for viruses and bacteria. Doesn't mean I have to like it. I understand that without our local star, there would be no life on this planet. Well, at the very least, without our local star, there would be no humans on this planet. Which now, I'm thinking of Wandering Earth. Chinese movie, I believe. Very, very good movie. Tell you what, Hollywood's heyday is over. Hollywood is done. Don't watch American cinema. American cinema's terrible. It's all just Michael Bay, splooge, Michael Bay. Just explosions and completely and absolutely unrealistic, what do you call it? It's not even the lack of realism that bugs me. What bugs me in American cinema, the extreme overuse of CG effects, where practical effects would suffice. Disney, I'm looking at you guys. Yeah, like Marvel movies. First couple weren't bad. Last, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, it's been terrible. Marvel movies are terrible. Fight me. I don't care. Why will you not cooperate? This bolt is not cooperating. Same with Pirates of the Caribbean, man. They Disneyed it up and they ruined it. The first movie wasn't bad. The first movie was pretty funny. Decent enough. It was sufficient for its purpose as a piece of cinema. It was fine. The second movie, a bit less fun. Not nearly as good. The third movie was outright bad. Fourth movie was terrible. Absolutely terrible. I kick myself for having sat through the entirety of it. Honestly, truly and really, I'd rather watch Rubber again. This bolt is annoying. Yeah, it's the reason why nobody ever tightens them all the way and they always fall out. I have seen a number of these side alternator bolts on this engine missing because people can't be bothered to tighten them down. This one was not very tight at all. I put the wrench on it and it just turned. We're also going to find our dry lube. We're going to spray that connector. Actually, we're going to get the connector cleaner, and we're going to connector cleaner it. Yeah, we're going to clean the connector on the harness, the body side, which is this bag under the toolbox. It's a mess, but I know where stuff's at. Shut up. There you go. There's another one. Nozzle. As I'm done with the nozzle, goes in the cup. There we are. Dry out for a second. It's good because the sunlight is streaming in the little corner right on the connector. Help it evaporate a little bit faster. Evaporate. Alright, this goes to the customer also. Big knit tie-on wires. And the cheapies, they don't give you a little packet of dielectric grease to go along with it. Okay, so we arrange these. Longest to shortest. 2 of each. Longest ones go to the furthest away cylinders. Easy. But I'm still going to do them one at a time. Just to be safe. Right to me. Oh, I know. Oh, it's so terrible. Oh, there's people. They're making noise. Okay. Second longest one. Second longest one. I do like wired the coils up such that runs straight front to back from the coil to the cylinder. That is good. Him, on the other hand, too busy trying to think of ways to make it harder to do stuff. Yeah, look at that. That one just fell apart right there. That ain't coming out of there. Need pliers. Nice. And the lamp. Oh, they're not straight across. Interesting. The fronts are straight across, the backs are not. Backs are mix matched. Closest one to cylinder. Closest one to the head, closest cylinder in the back. There you go. Furthest coil, middle cylinder. It was just laying on that. Come on. Yep, someone had them marked. Maybe. Looks like paint. Might not be paint. I don't know. And there. That goes way back over here. The reason I needed the ladder in the first place. Boosh! Bam. Okay. We'll step up the step ladder. And then we reach. Flick. All right. Oh. Engine should run. Okay, done with the dielectric grease. Done with the anti-seize. Connector, EGR back on. Hello? Well, that connector, not wanting to go on there easily. Ah. This was still messed up. That's why. Okay. Pull the seal out. Take a little look at it. Little look at it. Oh, feels all kinds of screwed up in there. Eh? Hmm. Interesting. For whatever reason, the seal is not cooperating. I do not advise anyone to try what I'm about to try. And as such, I'm not even going to tell you what it is. I'd really rather replace that connector and seal, but I know the customer doesn't have any money to be doing that. I mean, just the wires and sway bar end link alone are gonna set her back more than she wanted. Kinda had to be done. Sucks. Does suck, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Not much you can really do about it, honestly. But that's why she's come to me, because the shop would be charging $2 grand to do all this work. Not even going to be half that. Honestly, it's probably going to be what did I figure? 7? Nothing has been incredibly difficult. So $350 to $400, depending on if it bleeds over into tomorrow. Bleeds over into tomorrow, then I'm gonna have to charge just a little bit more. What did I put? some meat receipt. Okay, so plugs. Push struts, done. EGR valve and spark plugs, done. Battery cleaning is going to be along with the degreasing. I'm going to do the power steering and the brake fluid right now. There goes the book. How to use it. Not in the bin. Last time I got one of these, it wasn't nearly this expensive. But it was also a cheaper version. It wasn't, I don't think it was brand name. This one is brand name. Mighty Vac. That was cool. Oh yeah, this one feels a lot better. Oh. Try to put our lights in the shop. Alright, so we're gonna suck the power steering fluid out of the pump, or the reservoir here. Take a couple of times because this little canister is kind of tiny. I'm going to drain out of the tube into the thing there. That was dirty. What we're going to do is a little poor man's flush. crank of lube. And it'll suck a little bit of air up into the system, but we're not going to run it, we're not going to drive it, we're not going to turn the wheel. Well, no, actually, I lied. We are going to turn the wheel. Just a little bit. Like that. That's just going to pump just a little tiny bit more from the system into the reservoir, where I can pump it out. Or not. Okay. So we're doing it the other way. Do a drain and fill and start and drain and fill and start and drain and fill and start. And that's going to be our flush, kind of like a Honda transmission. More. More, he says, I, more. There we go. Now we start it up. I should probably, like an idiot, probably put the belt back on. So each time we start it, charge the battery back up. Probably be sort of the ideal case there. Oh, this one I've got to get underneath to fix. That's fine. This is going to be a long stream. Just now realizing I think part of the reason why there's not a whole lot of automotive streaming is because most people use air tools. And air tools are boring. See if that won't kind of hold itself in that position while I get up here . Now we can move things around, make sure they're on the right places. That that's right. Oh, power steering's a separate. Oh no, it's not. That's 2.4. Power steering, water pump. Looks right to me. Start it up, make sure the belt stays on, right? We gotta let the power steering cycle through anyway. And a limp. Lifters are really loud. Woo! We're bubbling out of there. Alright, one more again. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Just a little bit. This is what you'd call a gentle flush. When you flush with a machine, there's a very good possibility of damaging things, breaking loose deposits that get into small orifices, clog things up, and you don't see it right then and there, but clogging orifices where oil needs to flow really, really bad happens more often in transmissions, especially those with 150, 200,000 miles on them. A forced flush will break free deposits and itty bitty little passages that move oil flow through the transmission will get clogged by debris. And then bam, there goes your transmission. I also want to check the electrical system on here. But one of the tools that I need to do that is non-functional, as we saw a day or two ago. Okay. The little opener closer separator plate fell off and fell down into the bottom of the can. It's empty anyway. Yep, we're gonna do this one more time. Drain the fill. Where'd that can of brake cleaner go? We're gonna fill them up. There's a teeny bit left in here. I always get two just to be safe, but I don't know that you need 2 full bottles to do the flush, the gentle flush. I'm not doing that, because every vehicle I've ever set on fire has been a Chrysler, or has been a Daimler. This is a Daimler. So I ain't spraying brake cleaner on the running engine. Clean off power steering. I ain't doing it. Yeah. So now, next thing I gotta do is the brakes. Power steering is done. I will do the coolant after the brakes. Then we will clean the battery and decrease the engine and clean the headlamps. And I might head up tonight, because all that stuff's getting on the short end. So we're going to shut this guy off. Don't need it running to do the brakes. I'm going to suck the brake fluid out of the reservoir. I want to put the flashlight away. Brake fluid is thinner, so it'll come out with a tube faster. I might not even need another person to brake flush. Possibility it'll gravity bleed on its own. Which would be nice. It'll gravity bleed on its own, I don't even need to help her. That'll be nice. I can gravity bleed the Civic by myself. Clutch and brakes both. Some systems you cannot. Some systems, for whatever reason, the ABS prevents flow under normal circumstances. I don't know if ABS systems, like newer-ish ones, have check valves in them to prevent flow without brake pedal effort. Neighbors are having a good time. Good for them. I was over there going, woo! Good for them. Everyone deserves to have their own good time. Kiddies, don't use brake cleaner to clean your hands off. Really not good. Get, I don't know, hand cancer or something. Okay, so. Is that completely empty? It looks completely empty. What we're going to do is we're going to spray the outside of the reservoir off real quick. We want him nice and clean. We're gonna grab. I have a little blue funnel around here somewhere. I can't find it. Where is my little blue funnel? Supposed to be over here. I got the transmission funnel, I can use it. Transmission funnel. Transmission funnel. Easy peasy. Make sure he's nice and clean. That'll work nicely, actually. Sweet. Then we'll get our big bottle of brake fluid here. We're gonna put .3 in because it's not a race car. This car rarely sees motion anyway. I think she said she drove this thing 8,000 miles in the last 2.5 years. So, not a huge deal. No need to spend the extra on the .4. Fill it up to the neck. I need that 3/8 French and the vinyl tube. Vinyl tube is vital. Need a vital tube. This is my vital tube. We're doing brakes. My vital brake tube. I need light. Alright, and the order is always furthest to closest. So passenger rear, passenger front, driver rear, driver front. Or passenger rear, passenger front, driver front. About to tell you guys wrong information, you're going to go off, it's going to be actionable, and then I'll have the liability that you did your job wrong. Of course, if you can't be bothered to look it up on your own, you ain't doing it right in the first place. Where did I put the 3/8 wrench? Cup of power steering back up. Take our handy dandy brainer thingerator. Probably not. As soon as the roommate gets out here, we'll do some brake bleeding. And I'll teach you guys two-person format that I don't know if anybody else uses it, but guy I used to work with when we worked on cars for a living. You know, I had a format that worked out very, very good. You communicate two ways, but it's one person says one thing, and it minimizes communication times. So,
Exactly.
I'm going to teach her format. Format. Not too much. Format is, well, 5 times. So hold, open. I say hold. Pretty pumped up, so I'll open it up. So hold.
Hold. Hold. Hold. Yeah, exactly.
Be a little bit quieter.
Hold. 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 Hold.
I haven't seen a change of color yet. Bubbly, bubbly. Okay. We haven't moved a whole lot.
Hold.
He should be quick. Okay. Tube on there. Pump it up. Up.
Huh?
Up.
You okay?
Up.
Okay.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up. Corner's going quick.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up one more time.
Hold.
Corner's done. Last corner coming up. Last corner. Oh. Up. Up. Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up.
Hold.
Up. And up.
Hold.
Hold it up. How's it feel? Normal? Your brake pedal?
Yeah.
Like SpongeBob SquarePants? I don't think there was any air in here to begin with, but the brakes felt really, really bad. I figured while I'm doing the rears, might as well just give it a flush because the fluid's a little nasty. Brake fluid absorbs water, naturally, which makes it boil. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Good for you.
I walk.
What's hair in your chest? Everyone needs hair in their chest. Alright. Brake flush is done. Easy peasy. Lemons and squeezies. making one of my favorite shirts all dirty. One of my favorite shirts. Moo. Moo. Okay. Oh, I gotta check the level of the brake fluid. Make sure we're not overfilled. Just stick this in my drain boy over here. Drain boy. Let it drippity dry for a little bit. We'll check the level in the brake master. Oh, we're not full. Okay. Cool. Right at the full line. Bam. Nice. Alright. Now, we used almost all the brake fluid. That's how you know you've done it right. I guess. Something like that. Okie dokie. Don't need this anymore. Stick him in there. Swirlies. There. I'll have to clean the little container out. But we now need to do, brakes are done. Cross that off the list. Brake flush complete. Okay. Coolant. We're just going to do a drain and fill. Radiator cap is bad. The seal is cracked most of the way around. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that. Oh, that light you won't. Or a flashlight. So let's see if we can get this kind of diffuse. Yep. So, if we can't, those cracks around the perimeter and the top end there, that is bad. Radiator cap, in the trash it goes. Now I do need my creepy crawly. I need to see if there's a pet cock at the bottom of this thing. Need to check for a driddly drain. What? No. the extension cord fits in the stress relief crack in the concrete. That is cool. That is cool. That is cool. Should have worn a work shirt. Should not have worn one of my good shirts. But I'm dumb. There's a train. All right. What the? Ambient temp sensor is just kind of dangling down here. Why is the ambient temp sensor just dangling? Because the clip it was on just broke. Lovely. Front motor mount is old and weak. Transmission pan is leaking. Don't know why there's oil. There's oil on the oil filter. Like there's supposed to be oil in the oil filter, not so much on the oil filter. Not loose. That's good. The transmission pan is leaking pretty good though. We're going to see how good when we spray it off with the degreaser. Same with the engine oil pan. Engine oil pan appears to be leaking pretty good. Not a huge deal, because it's pretty easy on this guy. The question is going to be, is the rear main leaking? That's going to be one of the questions. We also need some clips for the inner fender. They're all loose. Not good. You don't want your inner fenders loose and flopping around. So I need to grab little channel locks. Little channel locks, which I have somewhere. I promise you I own them. Alright. Little channel locks. We're going to open this drain. I'm going to bring the bucket over and drain the coolant. Okay. And what I'm going to do, actually, is I've got a hose over here, because I know for a fact this stupid thing's going to dump coolant all over the front lower support. It's going to rain down all over the floor. So, what we do, see, is we grab some of this other vital tubing. This is the medical type of stuff. Stretchy stuff, you wrap it around, get you a vein. So you can, draw blood or take some medicines via IV, etc., etc. Hit that harder than to. Customer told me this guy has a problem spewing coolant out of the overflow tank. Tells me one or other or both of the head gaskets might be bad. You're getting combustion pressures in your cooling system. It could also just be that the radiator cap was bad. And son. And then every time the thing got hot, built pressure, all of the coolant was expanding out into the overflow tank. Which it should not do. There we go. Ugh. While that's draining, I will find and gather the stuff to clean the headlights. Now, the headlights in this thing need replaced anyway. I don't think you guys will be able to see it through there, but there's these little covers that are supposed to keep the brightest part of the bulb reflecting straight forward into oncoming traffic. This one has broken off, and that one's still there, but they're both really foggy. And I can clean them up. I can put a new sealer on it, but it's not the same. It's not as good. I'm gonna wash my hands, grab the buffer and the cutting compound, try to find the sealer. We're gonna clean those guys up real quick. Alright. You guys still going? Good. Now I need to come around the other side here. Pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Hey, grab this guy. And these guys. Well, that's where that went. I was wondering where that Haynes manual for the Civic went. Alright, so we got buffing wheels and a buffer. Yes, kick all the stuff. Get all the tools and things off the car. Just bunk them in the toolbox for now. so I don't remember which one this is. I need this guy first. Buffing pad. Cutting pad, technically. Sort of. I need to find cutting compound. Sealer. Polishing compound. No. Right there in the front. Almost like I did this not that long ago. So this kind of just cheap stuff, Blue Magic stuff. And then polishing compound I use to cut the old sealer off. Something like that. Just a little bit. No, what I really need is microfiber cloth. Oh, would you look at that? I have one right here. I think I want to do that one more time with the medium. There's still some chunkies. I just dripped a bunch of polishing compound down there. That was lovely. Okay. So that is polished in medium, which you guys can't even see. Suffice it to say, you can see through it. It's clear. But we're not done yet. We're going to do a fine, and then we're going to do the sealer on top of that. Also, being out of work, I'm supposed to be house husbanding, and I have not been doing that. Water, 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 water. All right. Now, we're gonna do, actually, I'll tell you what. Take a before and an after. I'll do this side with medium. This one's going to take more work. Plastic's quite badly cracked on this guy. Tell you what, now this one's going to need kind of an oldie but a goodie solution. So back in the olden days, and some of the worst ones, what I would do is use brake fluid to break down the old sealer and a little bit of sandpaper, which I believe I still happen to have my handy dandy duffel bag here. Correct me if I'm wrong, because that guy is going to need a lot of work. Not using 220. Chunk of angle iron in there. Loud. Sorry. Oh, crap spackle. Alright, I guess we're starting with 600. It's going to take a while. Because the sandpaper does not like the brake fluid at all. But it doesn't take much. Literally that much. Just a teensy, teensy, tiny little bit. You know what the good thing about brake fluid is? Hygroscopic. For those of you that don't know what that means it absorbs water. A side effect of this property of brake fluid is that water quite readily breaks it down. I don't know if it dissolves in water or the water is just very good at carrying it away and separating it. But that makes it easy to clean. Because it literally just takes water. So, you do something about like that. I'm just going to grab my handy dandy little cup of water here. Then, get this little rag thing here. Water on it. Just like that. Now most of the sealant's gone. We do our medium polish one last time. While I did not get all of the old sealer off, it cleared up quite a bit. Next step is fine polishing. this guy off. Yeah, I did not get all the old sealer off. But she wants to replace the headlight housings anyway, so we're not going Kilgore on it. We're just doing a nice, simple, basic job to make it safer until she decides to replace the headlights. Not great. Hopefully the new layer of sealer will hide some of this old crap that's underneath. We'll find out. Coolant's empty. What I can do here in a minute, when I get done with this, I'm gonna start the engine. Just let it shut it off. That should pump some of the coolant out of the block and back to the radiator. That be the empty, and then we fill it up with concentrate and distilled water, 50-50. When you're doing this, you don't want to go so fast that you burn the polish. That is key. I've done that before. It sucks. I have no idea what RPM this is, but it's not very fast. As for the windshield, another nifty hint, find a hard wax, clean your windshield real good, take some polishing compound to it, polish it up real good on the outside. Buffer helps. You can do it by hand, but it takes forever, and then your arms are dead for a week afterwards. Ask me how I know. But you buff the crap out of the windshield, get some hard shell, put some hard shell on it, wipe it on by hand, real smooth, nice big circular motions. Work it in real nice, let it dry. Once it's dry, try to do it out of the sun. If you do it in the sun, you can get weird artifacts, but try to do it out of the sun. Once it dries, wipe it off, nice and smooth. Make sure you keep an clean part of the rag in contact with the windshield as much as you can. And then, next time you drive through the rain, better the Rain-X. In my experience, Rain-X, it's not streaks, it's like it's a film. You see the film on the windshield from the Rain-X, the outside stuff. And I don't like that. It obscures your view, and it's extremely dangerous. So I don't recommend that. If you've had better luck with the outside stuff, the Rain-X stuff, cool, I guess. Good. I'm happy for you. Genuinely happy, not sarcastically, but genuinely. I'm glad it worked better for you than it did for me. Of course, the last time I tried Rain-X was 15 years ago, so perhaps the formula's changed, maybe, since then. But, I found, because Rain-X didn't work for me at the time, I went out and I did some research, did some looking around, and came up with a different solution that actually ended up working out for me very well. And been happy with it ever since, Know what I mean? Real talk. Feel me? Real talk. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Real talk. Know what I mean? You feel me? Real talk. Know what I mean? I'm gonna hack Jazz. Or Jazz. Jazzak? Okay. Now, this stuff. I don't know if this stuff separates. I don't think it does. But we'll give it a little swirl. And then it's like a spray bottle. But I have always taken, I guess I'll use, it's supposed to be a kitchen cloth, but I've always taken a microfiber, folded it up into a little bundle, kind of like that, and then applied the sealer that way. Kind of like that. Of course, this is the wrong kind of cloth, so it's a bit streaky. Again, forgive me. I'm not doing it perfect. This is just to get her by for a couple of months until she can afford to buy another set of headlamp housings. But I would make the claim that is worlds and ends better. Man, I really wish I had better lighting here. Watch this, watch this. You ready for this? Oh! See how good that is? You can't even tell in the camera. You know what I mean? Okay. Don't need dry lube up here. In the glove box, toolbox. Okay. Give it a little startly start. Kind of like that. See if we get a little bit more coolant drainating out of the radiator. No? That's it. All you're gonna give me, huh? Okay. Still gonna do the degreasing. Headlamp clean is done. Alright, coolant drain cock is closed. Now, we put the coolant in, then it's clean the battery. We're going to do outside, so we're going to put the wheels back on. Clean the battery, and then degrease the engine is going to be, I'm not going to give you guys that because I can't stream it currently. I'd really rather stream it. We're going to spray degreaser all over it, go down to the pay and spray that all the buggy guys like to go to, so they're used to like crud, you know. And you spray a bunch of degreaser, you let it sit for 5 minutes or so, put your quarters in and spray the crap out of everything, and you're good to go. With the battery I can do here, which you guys have seen me clean a battery before, so it's not like it's anything you need to see again necessarily. Cool. I was like, what the heck am I doing? 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 Alright, so we got a gallon of coolant and a third of a gallon of water. We're just going to start correlating. That's about a third of a gallon. All right, there's that. Huh. Not even close. Nice. And I like to pour this stuff in a little bit at a time, half and half, mix it up. Don't know that it matters, but I like to think it mixes better, more reasonably, more effectively if you mix it yourself, you know. the floor. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys a portorial. Portorial. Yeah, portorial. Because when I pour from any kind of container, I rarely spill anything at all. Very rarely. I wish I had a vacuum filler. I guess we did drain it out through the thermostat. All right, nice. So all that was left was whatever, maybe what was in the heater core, but half the heater core maybe, which isn't that much. It's a half a pint probably. And then whatever was left in the block below the water pump. So yeah, I think we're good. It's taken almost 2 gallons of material at this point. I'm gonna check the overflow tank. This overflow tank needs to be replaced. This thing is gross. We're going to pour the rest of this in the overflow tank and we're going to overfill it just a smooch. Because I know there is still air in the system, and as you drive around, the coolant will expand, the air will raise to the top, the air will bubble out through the radiator cap once it reaches pressure. And then once the system cools back off, it will suck the coolant from the overflow tank back into the system, thus burping the system, as it were. Which again is a thing the mechanic's supposed to do. Generally, well, you have a tool to do that. I don't have a tool, and Chryslers take forever to burp. So I'm actually going to call the customer I'm going to see what time she's going to bed, because it's an hour 15 trip up there, so. Voicemail. That's okay. water in there. Okay, so that's fine. Got a tool here still. Get rid of that. It's on the floor now. And make that a sound bite. There we go. Non-safety release radiator cap. I don't like those things. I don't know why. I just feel like the OEM would have put it on there if they wanted it on there. That's weird. The same way I've always put sealer on, but it was like running, like it was streaking. Spray a couple of little spurts on a rag, and you just kind of wipe it across. Never had a problem with it. Maybe it's gone bad? Does that stuff go bad? I don't even know. I don't even know. There you go. Regular old cap. Now where the heck did I put the water? Because there's still a bunch of air in this system. And since I don't have the tool, and there's no bleeder on these, stupid. The dyna car with no bleeder, you can't get the air out the system, you just gotta run it, and 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 run it. Oh, we're right up at the max line, so it'll drop over the next couple days. Up and coming. I'm going to put the wheels on, back it out, spray the battery down, wipe it off, spray it off with the hose. Oh, this is not light. I gotta clean the garage up. Turn the wheels. Turn the wheels. Now, this thing does need an alignment. Now the steering wheel is off. Just a smooch. I did do the tie rods recently, which explains that. And now that it's got good struts, you can go down and get a laser alignment. I've never had problems with these vans on the alignment machines. Only ever had problems with Hondas, for whatever reason. Not even sure why. But Hondas, every single time I've taken a Honda to somebody else. When I did it myself, I never had a problem. But whenever I took a Honda to somebody else and asked them to do the alignment, it always comes out, the steering wheel, 30 degrees to the left. If it was different every time, I'd think, oh, I just keep going to the wrong shops, or, you know, people that are newbies, they don't really know what they're doing that much. But every single time, steering wheel, 30 degrees to the left. And I have to go in and correct it. I'm not exactly sure what it is. So the Civic has been rear-ended, but it's not, the body's not twisted to give you 30 degrees of thrust angle. Like, what would you call 3 millimeters of shift from the back to the front? I don't think I'd call that 30 degrees. Okay. Then I gotta go bed in the brakes. Somehow, I got anti-seize all over my hand. Now it's going everywhere. I guess whether I go tonight will depend on the charge level. Well, whether I can get a hold of the customer, charge level of my MP3 player. I don't want to take and connect a cord to myself driving up there. Not that I'm afraid or irritated or whatever by it. I just don't want to. I simply do not want to. I grabbed the wrong cord. Twisted the cord around itself. Stuff out of the way. Jiddly jack. Other stuff out of the way. Add this song to my favorites playlist. Already there. Sweet. Shippy. Now it's going to be rear shocks, front lower motor mount, can't really see the condition of the transmission mount. Yeah, so there's a front motor mount, but for now it's fine. And every time I go through and I do an inspection, I'll give the customer the list. Yep, still going. Getting there though. We had a whole list of stuff. And now, just got the 2 coolant exchange is done. Just got it done. So, degrease engine, which is going to go to the pay and spray, and then clean the battery, which I'm putting it down and pulling out and do right now. Easy, peasy. Torquely torque wrench, 100 foot-pounds, lug nuts on these guys. Too far. Oh, not too far enough. There we go. I don't know if you were here for me to say it earlier, but whenever you're doing, wheels, torque wrench stuff, trying to break something loose, and it's something you can stand in front of, always pull up. Your legs are a lot stronger than gravity, so you pull up. You always get better leverage. Of course, I don't know how much it helps that I'm just a big, strong person anyway. I don't work out. I don't go to the gym. I refuse to go to the gym. I refuse to lift things for the sake of moving them and putting them down somewhere else, or putting them down in the same spot for the sake of it. I won't do it. I find it dumb. If other people want to do it, that's all up to them. That is all of them. They can have it. All right, now, predictions, brand new shocks. How much bouncy are we gonna have? 3, put your predictions in the chat. 3, 2, 1. Woo, yeah. All right, now we need, it's gonna be back shocks, front motor mount, oil pan gasket, tranny pan gasket. Now that's why we're degreasing it here in a minute, which I have to leave to do because I have to go to the pay and spray, and I can't take the stream with me. So, I guess you want to recap? Need to recap what we did? How long's it been? I started minus about an hour and a half total stream time. So we're at 8 hours, 8:15. So minus an hour and a half, that's 6:45. So this job has taken me, I said, when I started this morning, I said not including the engine degreasing, because that would be leaving and going somewhere else, so that's a whole different amount of time. Not including that, I don't know if I mentioned it or not. It was in my head. I don't know if I mentioned it in the stream in particular, but I said this was a 7-hour job. I counted 7 hours doing this job, and we are at 6:45. I gotta clean the battery, which is 10-15 minutes. Ooh, what? What? You don't know me? You don't know me. Get off me. Oh. Remove that chop. Cram oil. Back it up. That was a bit further than I wanted to go. But it's fine. So get this. I replaced, or I rebuilt, the... Which way am I even facing? East. The east wall exterior spigot. I rebuilt it. New seals, new handle, new pressure valve, etc., etc. And that is way overexposed. Cannon? That's the cannon. That's way overexposed. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Okay, so back to what I was saying. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was talking about. Yeah, that driver's side headlight is done. It is kaput. Or headlamp housing, sorry. Hey, hey, hey,
What?
hey,
What?
hey.
For horses.
Yes, it is. So, get this. Funny story.
What?
This morning, start up the stream. I'm just sitting down, I'm talking. I think this was after I pulled the V-dub out. So I checked the V-dub. With the TCM disconnected, still no spikes. I want to give it at least one more day of cold, just to be safe. So sat there talking to the camera for about an hour, and then I looked for that bottle for 40 minutes or so. So the time on the clock, minus an hour 30 is what I'm calling it. This morning I was talking, I was like, I count 7 hours for this job. So it's a job that'll take, at a shop, most of the day, right? Guess how long I've been streaming for total? 30. Minus an hour and a half, 7 hours. Once I get done with the battery cleaning, it'll be, I count this 15 minutes when I do a battery cleaning. It's 6:45 plus battery cleaning. 7 hours exactly. What? Front struts, rear brakes, brake system flush, cooling system drain and fill, power system drain and fill, clean headlights. We're going to degrease the engine with the paint spray it down, just spray it off. EGR valve, spark plugs, ignition wires. I'm thinking,
Hello. How are you?
so 7, what's the 7 times 5? So, what? Less than 67 bucks, and I was thinking 400 bucks. Greenville, fucking brand. I bet it has something to do. Overgrow and actually build a root bed.
Oh, it does.
When we got here, it was crap. Now it's just, there was some brown over there, but like then it rained. It was gone.
Oh, letting it overgrow is actually.
I say rip it all up and put creeping. Non-invasive, grows maximum 3 inches tall, smells like lemons. Also, creeping time, good for bees. Just hate it. Deer hate geraniums. But geraniums smell like axe.
That has that weird.
Time does moringa.
You know, my dad, it could be midnight, could be 2 a.m.
I just tried to call her, got no answer, and was straight. Well, it didn't go straight to voicemail, it rang through to not by her phone. She, a lot of the stuff she does, she reminds me. Every time I'm up there, like we talk for, you know, chatting, and Like she'll explain stuff about just the way she does stuff, and I'm like, better take than me.
Tomorrow, I'm going to. Oh, so usually, and they're like, oh yeah, we want to recruit. Oh, nice. Started with me, but
So he saw the name come across the, he's like, oh, we need this guy.
he's in charge. So I saw the names on. I know you. Before we start,
That one time with the face and the guy.
Remember we went to
we
Cold
went to
Wars
Cold Wars with like all the
with
people.
Trey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was one.
I probably wouldn't know. I'm kind of the mind right now where I would like to find something part-time, something that is income enough to break even pay bills. Don't need to pay down debt, don't need to whatever. I want to build this. I want this to do a thing. It's clean except for like the tools and stuff. But yeah, clean up the battery. I can't do electrical system tests. I can't do.
Have you seen me? Hi.
After this, everything that's left is lowerish priority. Transmission pan, oil pan, motor mount, rear shocks, headlight housings, because that's polished. That is freshly polished. And the little bright blocker in the middle of that one polished up real nice, but the bright block is broken. That pipe got fast. I just said it without fucking up that time. That was the request to get it done then.
I mean,
I had not.
it's like $5.
I haven't thought about it.
I would really like
Like,
that.
yeah.
I will. I don't know.
It's
I
already
don't know if it'll be tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah, it's on Thursday.
So,
Anyways.
so I replaced. Oh, it's picking up. Now constantly. It's like. I think the tube ID. Because it's coming out of the. Some of it is coming out of. Oh, I don't know why. It's literally just a piece of plastic nut and then a silicone seal that goes. street but I have me. I have no modesty. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, annoyed them.
The Z-turn I sent you? It doesn't pop notification whenever someone responds to shit. I mean, I have it all turned off the phone for Facebook. Facebook doesn't work anymore anyway. Open Facebook.
Oh, I'm like, why the fuck would I care?
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, the only sold, keeping it posted and sold is people who have messaged you. You don't want to have to go through 100 messages.
But it should be sometimes.
No, it shouldn't pop them up.
I never want to see a whole
Facebook is doing the Microsoft thing where they're like, oh, you want new features because we can't figure out how to make this thing actually work. So it's bugged the hell and we're calling it a feature. But they don't actually work on the stuff that needs to work. I'm gonna go grab it and do it. I need to make it. I'm gonna do some battery cleaning. Da 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 da. Look at something there. Look at that. Battery cleaner. Bet you didn't know they sold battery cleaner, did you? Ooh, look at that. Get out so I can get a new bottle. Need to measure the wheelbase and the thing.
I walked through spiderweb. Touched the forehead.
If you walk through the valley where you harvest your grain, look at your wife and realize she's very plain.
Oh, that's an Amish song by.
Because, here, get this. So we go to O'Reilly's. We look up struts. Okay, here's some struts. We look up EGR valve. Okay, here's EGR valve. Spark plugs. There you go. Wires. There you go. Okay. Headlights. How big's the wheelbase? The wheelbase got to do with the headlights. Everything else, the struts, the suspension should have something to do with the wheelbase. Why do the headlights? There's Miss Morena. Where you at? Nice. So you wanna know something really funny? I don't well, sometimes I toot my own horn, but I try not to toot my own horn too often. Whoa, what the heck? I'm gonna have to do the alignment on the van too, which is gonna screw up the whole story I was gonna tell you. So, ignoring the thing that I just said, I didn't just say that. So when I started up the stream, I was sat down in front of the camera for about an hour talking about what I was gonna do. Talked about, we're going to start in the van, we're going to do this, blah, 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 just kind of breaking it down. And I counted it in my head by just the hours that I normally associate with doing particular jobs. And I just kind of, ballparked it. So I was like, okay, after counting all this, plugs and blah, 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 all this stuff we have to do, I'm going to say it's going to be 7 hours, which is most of a day. I was like, but that's in a shot with the lift and all this other stuff, so it might take me a little bit longer. But 7 hours sounds about like charge time, but we'll find out when we get to the end how long it's taking, because I could just discount whatever time I spent in front of the camera doing exposition or other stuff, count that out, and then count the time on the stream. Easy peasy. So I get done with everything but cleaning the battery and degreasing the engine. Degreasing the engine is going to be driving over to the pay and spray, so I'm not counting that. That's just a thing I'm doing. I'm not counting that towards the job or anything. It's making my life easier in the future. So it's a me thing. But so I was like, all of this sounds about like 7 hours. So I get done and I look at the stream time and it says 8:15. I'm like, well, I spent an hour and a half talking and looking for a thing that I didn't look behind the other thing. I thought I put it in front. Turns out I put it in back. So I found it. So about an hour and a half, which gives me 6:45. I count 15 minutes as a job cleaning battery. That's just, it takes about 15 minutes. That's 7 hours exactly. I'm good with time. Which makes sense because I did the tie rods and I put them as close to what the other ones were as possible, but the other ones might have been adjusted after they had stretched, after the ball had shifted. Maybe the ball was in not exactly the same place as their aftermarket, whatever the reason. The driver's side wheel is pretty much mostly straight and the passenger side is sticking toe down. I'll do a quick alignment. The reason I called is, what time do you plan on going to bed? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe 7. Right now I feel okay. So I don't plan on going particularly early tonight.
Alright, so
No later than midnight, but
probably more than long enough for, the reason I was asking is, if I get the degreasing done, and I get this I'm just going to do the basic alignment, because lasers will do you a much better job if you take it and find someone that'll do an alignment, no warranty, for $40. Just still be able to find guys like that. They can put in the lasers, but you tell them no warranty, and they drop a bunch of price off of it, and it's like, I know it's gonna change, but over the next 2 years it's fine, I don't care. So.
hey, sorry, your check measure? We're using it again.
don't get that. Like, it's, in Arizona, the philosophy is that's their chance to upsell you. That's their chance. You get them in there, you get them on the rack, you lift it up, you do an inspection, also for free, and you just, all it is you get it up and you look for things that are obviously broken. So if you can do that and you're like, oh, your brakes are a little bit worn, do you want us to do it while it's in here? I wipe this stuff off the side of the van. But yeah, I'll do a little basic alignment, and I'll drop by the pay and spray and try to spray it off. I have a short list of other things that are low priority that will be like future stuff. And that was the idea, depending on how long it takes me to do. The alignment, like I said, the alignment's just going to be a basic back and forth twice kind of deal, which is usually good enough to get it 98%. Close enough that you won't notice it if you don't want to. Fine. Lack of faith in our government. I can let you know when I get up there.
Probably, I have the right card on me. I can probably get it out. I started off and I'm double checking right now. Once I have the I need to.
I mean, I don't have Venmo anyway. I was just planning on lumping it all together. I figure $400 to be the whole thing.
Well,
That's I did that, and then I was like, I don't know. And then I did some other math, and 57 and some change comes out to 400. So, friends and family discount. On that.
alright, well thank you. I really appreciate it.
And when I get up there, I'll tell you some redneck things that I found.
Hi, Marima!
I turned the phone. She says hi, and I like turned the phone screen to face her, like it makes.
Hello.
I was also just about to measure the wheelbase so that we can figure out what headlights you need. Because so I polished them up. The passenger one looks phenomenal, but it has the little bright blocker thing that's broken, and then the driver's side one looks horrendous still. It's better, but it's so I think the passenger one's been replaced before. That's why the thing broke, because it's an aftermarket assembly, and it was just kind of a cheaper deal. The driver's side one's got a bunch of heat cracks in it, just from age and lights and what have you. And the passenger one has no heat cracks. So I think, right.
Well, you're doing it on purpose or hopefully like
Exactly. That's the simpler way to go about it, because it's, yeah, you can do the driver one, but then everyone's going to flash their high beams, because your passenger side is just going to be bright everywhere. Might as well. Grab the hose. changer to get quarters or not. Find out. And I think after that, I'll head up and van back. I was hoping I'd get it all done today because it's not like a huge job, but it's it was for a shop, a day job, and I'm not a shop. But funnily enough, I look at like book times, all data in Mitchell. They account for air tools, lifts. I have neither. I don't like air tools, and the garage is too short for a lift. So I do everything by hand tools. I always still come out to just around the book time. That's my whole thing. You know, this stuff does not cost that much. The only reason shops charge that much is because now they've got these giant buildings they're paying mortgages and rents on. I don't have that. No? Exactly. Yeah, but it's like 40 bucks in gas, who cares? I like road trips. And then there's two things that I did have to get. The spark plug, the ignition wires, did break, 2 of them when I was pulling them off. So we ended up having to get those anyway. Which I suspected they would, but I always like to make sure they're gonna break first before I replace them. Otherwise, it's like, why are you replacing first? The same price, like 30 something. I got the receipts. It was that, and then that guy was $34.35. After tax was $36.75, and then the passenger front sway bar end link. That's part of the redneck story. I had to replace it. I'll tell you why when I get up there and I tell you the redneck story. I literally was just looking at it and I walked away. 1910. I'm losing the light, so I'm gonna let you go. These little done, and I will. I can actually tell you right now if we'll be going up tonight or not, because it's going to depend on my media player and its charge level. It is charged enough to make the trip one way, and I can charge it in the car on the way back. So yeah, I'll probably end up being up there tonight. Good timing, right? And again, I'm good with time. Good with time. Good, I'll see you. All right. I need to figure out what the divisor is. So we need to call Joe Riley's one more time today. We're not going to buy anything. We're just going to, wow, that got dark real fast. We're just going to ask him a question. Ah. There you go. Oh, looks better. Front doors are so quiet. reason the headlight. Headlights out. Housing. Yeah, housing. I've got 10 even. It'll probably be the 911 then. It'll be a few weeks. I just wanted to make sure. The other one, so it's 9-5 or 9-11. All I needed, thank you. Wait! Ooh! Magical, magical tape measure! Okay, we're gonna clear the codes. Gonna clear the codes. That was the other one. I'm trying to think of, there's a third one of these. Caravan, Town and Country, Voyage. Getting late, folks. 3-hour drive ahead of me, too. Cool. Our code cleared itself. Smell coats. Actually can't check the electrical system. I can check the alternator charge voltage, but I can't check for AC ripple because the meter that I need to do that is broken, apparently. So let's grab this guy. Do a basic Fat Boy Slim alignment here. Alright, we're towed out there, and we're towed out there. Yep. Alright. Alright. Whatever. Alright, now we straighten the wheel. Steering wheel straight. Get this guy out of it. Actually gonna do it the easy way. Tool that I don't have in the toolbox. This little guy. And This side. I don't know, man. Oh, going too far. We're gonna give it the old tour fooer. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. One. Set the wheel straight. That's in just a smooch. So essentially, I just had to shift it just a smooch. This one was out. Yep, out just a smooch. All right, lock down, should be good. Wash hands, clean up garage a little bit. Just enough so I can get the Passat in here. Move him to the side, bring the Passat in. Job will be a good one. So, I don't know that you guys want to watch me cleaning up the garagey. Sounds like a boring proposition to me. So, this is where I will leave you for the day. Or the night, actually. You can see it is now dark. I started at around 900. And here we are now at 1900. So 10 total hours of this job that I counted 7 for. Hour and a half, 2 hours of that was me eating, calling the store, all of that. So I only spent half an hour, maybe an hour, wasting time on the job, not accounting for getting paid for the job, which is fine. This one, because it's a friend of a friend, I'm doing a friends and family discount. So I don't have a problem. I mean, even when it's not friends and a family, I don't have a problem doing just that little bit extra, just the little tiny thing on top of the job that ends up making the customer that much more happy at the end of the day. It's one of those things where it's like you wipe off the top of the engine, clean some stuff up. I'm missing a receipt. Uh-oh. I'm missing the big receipt for all the stuff. That's not good. It was in the bag. Or it should have been in the bag. Where'd it go? Maybe it's in the back of the van. I hope it's in the back of the van. But I think this is where I end you guys, or I leave you guys for the night. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for providing some conversation from time to time. I appreciate it. Tell your friends, let everybody know. It's the most boring YouTube channel you'll ever find. I defy you to find another boring channel, or a channel more boring than this one. And I stream the boringness just about daily. Tell your friends, bring the boring. It's great. And I will see you folks later. Hope you have a good night, have a good day, have a good whatever it is you call the state of being that you are currently in. And we'll see you in the next one.